Should we have Ranger removed just for practice? Good evening, everyone. I'll call to order the Arvada City Council meeting for April 1st, 2019, and call upon Councilmember Bob Pfeiffer.
Good evening, everyone. Would you please join me in a moment of silent reflection? And now for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Kristen Rush, if you'll call roll.
Williams.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Marriott.
Here.
Councilmember Pfeiffer.
Here.
Councilmember Ford.
Here.
Councilmember Jones.
Here.
Councilmember McGough. Councilmember Miller.
Here.
Mr. Marriott.
Thank you. I move to excuse Mr. McGough for tonight.
All votes are cast. Mr. McGough is excused. He apologizes for his inability to be here this evening. Next, we have the minutes of the March 18th, 2019 City Council meeting. Are there any changes or corrections? Seeing none, they will stand approved as presented. Next, we have some recognitions and communications. And first, I'll call upon Councilmember Dot Miller. Ms. Miller.
Thank you so much, Your Honor. It is my pleasure to recognize and read a proclamation tonight for the National Child Abuse Prevention and Awareness Month. And we have got Janae Moe in the audience with us from Ralston House. If you'd like to come to the podium, I will read this proclamation. So the City of Arvada is a proud partner with the Ralston House Child Advocacy Center in recognizing April as Child Abuse Prevention Month on behalf of the many children who have interviewed at Ralston House in 2018, as well as the children and teens who are suspected of being sexually and physically abused. These children and their families directly benefit from the family-friendly care provided at Ralston House in 2018 and beyond. Ralston House provides comprehensive child services to the children victims and their families as they begin the healing process after traumatic experiences. During the month of April, our community joins with those who have suffered abuse by planting Pinwheel Gardens of Hope. The fundraising goal for 2019 is $60,000, which will be raised from large community gardens and from selling individual pinwheels. As our streets and neighborhoods become planted with pinwheels, we encourage all Arvada citizens to join in renewing our commitment to preventing child abuse and learning what we can do to promote the safety and well-being of children. So this proclamation reads, whereas, although every child deserves to grow up in a nurturing environment free from harm and fear, all children do not receive appropriate care. In fact, too many children become victims at the hands of abusive perpetrators. And whereas, Arvada has dedicated individuals and organizations who work daily to counter the problem of child abuse and to help parents obtain the assistance they need. And whereas our community is stronger when citizens become aware of child abuse prevention and become involved in supporting parents to raise their children in a safe and nurturing environment. And whereas effective child abuse prevention programs such as Ralston House succeed because of partnerships among families, social service agencies, schools, religious and civic organizations, law enforcement agencies, and the business community. And whereas the City of Arvada collaborates with Ralston House to provide services which will address child abuse prevention, including the Pinwheels for Prevention campaign every April. And whereas all citizens, community agencies, faith organizations, and businesses will work to increase their efforts to support families. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the mayor and the city council hereby designate the month of April 2019 as Child Abuse Prevention Month. We encourage all Arvada citizens to join in renewing our commitment to preventing child abuse through awareness and action. Every responsible person will agree that even one abused child is too many. Dated this 1st of April 2019, signed by the mayor and members of council. I'll come down and present it to you now.
Thanks to the council for your continued support of Ralston House, and thank you to the city of Arvada. We really appreciate your continued support of Ralston House. Thank you.
Next, I'll call upon Councilmember Bob Pfeiffer.
Thank you. Forgive me, I don't have my glasses, so if I say anything or it doesn't make sense because I'm not reading it clearly. Fair Housing Month. Anyone from Fair Housing here tonight? I'll make sure before I start reading, okay? Every April, HUD celebrates National Fair Housing Month and commemorates the anniversary of the passage of Title VIII of the Civil Rights Act of 1968, the Fair Housing Act. The Fair Housing Act requires the housing providers offer equal access to housing regardless of race, color, national origin, sex, religion, familial status, and disability, disability. In April 2019, communities and various entities celebrate the 51st anniversary of the passage of the Fair Housing Act. Residents of this country will be reminded that all housing consumers have the right to be free from illegal housing discrimination and be able to select and live in houses of their choice. Fair Housing Month is a perfect time to recognize our commitment in fostering open and diverse communities of opportunity. During April, HUD has indicated there are fair housing events throughout the region. These events recognize the equal opportunity and cultural diversity strengthened communities and are synonymous with sustainability. Did I get that right?
Yes, you did.
Thank you, guys. Sorry
You're
about
doing
not having my
pretty- you're doing pretty
glasses.
good.
Thank you. In addition, this year the city recognizes the Denver Metro Fair Housing City of their work to promote fair housing choice and to eliminate barriers to housing opportunities for all. In recognition of these efforts, it is appropriate for the city to issue and distribute a proclamation declaring the month of April as National Fair Housing Month in Arvada. I have a proclamation stating, whereas the year 2019 marks the 51st anniversary of the passage of the Federal Housing Act, the Title VIII of the Civil Rights Act as amended, and whereas the Civil Rights Act of 1968 guarantees that housing throughout the city of Arvada and the United States of America should be made available to all citizens without regard to race, color, religion, national origin, gender, age, sexual orientation, familial status, gender, or disability. And whereas illegal barriers to equal opportunities in housing, no matter how subtle, diminish, did I get that right? Yeah, diminish the rights of all, and only the cooperation, commitment, and support of the city of Arvada can barriers to the enjoyment of housing choice be removed. And whereas the city of Arvada shares the vision for equal housing opportunities for all residents in the city and hereby joins the National Celebration for Fair Housing Month. And whereas the city of Arvada recognizes the Denver Metro Fair Housing Center for their work to promote fair housing choice and to eliminate barriers to housing opportunities for all. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the mayor and the city council of the city of Arvada, Colorado, that the month of April 2019 is designated Fair Housing Month. This is signed and dated the first day of April by the mayor and city council.
Next, I'll call upon Councilmember Nancy Ford.
If there's anyone here to receive the proclamation for National Crime Victims' Rights Week, you're able to come to the podium.
Mr. Weir, would you like to accept it?
The week of April 7th through April 13, 2019 will be recognized as National Crime Victims' Rights Week. This week is an opportunity to acknowledge and strive to bring justice to victims of crime throughout the nation. This year's theme is to expand the circle and to reach all victims, emphasizing the importance of inclusion in victim services. The theme of expanding the circle hopes to address how the crime victims field can better ensure that every crime victim has access to services and support, and how professionals, organizations, and communities can work in tandem to reach all victims. And the proclamation that I have here reads, whereas Americans are the victims of more than 20 million crimes each year affecting individuals and communities, and whereas providing victims with knowledge of their rights and available services further strengthens their ability to recover by restoring a sense of self-empowerment. And whereas a trauma-informed response to victims promotes healing and fosters strength in survivors, and unaddressed trauma from victimization weakens the resilience of victims and their communities, impeding their ability to withstand future trauma. And whereas victims who feel understood and supported are more likely to disclose their victimization, seek services, and participate in the justice process. And whereas a multidisciplinary response involving collaboration among victim service professionals, criminal justice officials, legal professionals, medical and mental health providers, and community leaders is essential to reach and serve all victims, especially those who are marginalized, have disabilities, or live in remote locations. And whereas National Crime Victims' Rights Week, April 7th through the 13th, 2019, provides an opportunity to recommit to ensuring that all victims of crime, especially those who are challenging to reach or serve, are afforded their rights and receive a trauma-informed response. And whereas the City of Arvada is hereby dedicated to strengthening victims and survivors in the aftermath of crime, building resilience in our communities and our victim responders, and working for justice for all victims and survivors. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Mayor and members of the City Council that April 7th through the 13th, 2019, is National Crime Victims' Rights Week in Arvada, Colorado. And this is dated the 1st of April and signed by the Mayor and all of City Council.
I thought it would be appropriate for District Attorney Pete Weir to accept this on our behalf. Mr. Weir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council. It's very appropriate and a testament to the great men and women of Arvada that work every day on behalf of survivors of crime. I'm pleased to accept this on behalf of all of us who are privileged to work with the courageous survivors of crime. It's why we do the job, to be able to be with men and women that have faced some of the worst circumstances but come through on the other side. The coalitions that have been formed in Arvada and throughout Jefferson County truly are remarkable, from the great people at Ralston House through all the other nonprofits, law enforcement, members of my office, and victim advocates working on behalf of survivors of crime. Thank you very much for the recognition. It's very well deserved. Thank you.
Mr. Weir. And I understand we do have a representative who was here for the Fair Housing Month proclamation. Hi there.
Hi.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Very good. Mr. Pfeiffer has that proclamation.
Actually, they've already got the actual proclamation.
Okay.
Yeah,
So I'll
yeah,
let
a
you
few
make some comments if you would.
Sure. I just wanted to thank the City of Arvada from the bottom of DFHC's heart and the 6 counties that we serve for recognizing fair housing and doing everything you can to fight discrimination in terms of fair housing for all of those protected classes, and give a shout out to Colorado for having an additional four protected classes. And I heard I did hear you say age, and while age is actually not a protected class yet, please keep that in your mind because it's in mine.
It's in mine too.
If that could be our next step, that'd be great. Thank you from Denver Metro Fair Housing Center.
Thank you. Okay, we've got a couple sign-up sheets for people who are signed up to speak on issues that are not on our later agenda. I'll call upon Melissa Lloyd first. Good evening.
Good evening. All right, thank you, Your Honor and City Council. I am a member of APAC, the Arvada Parks Advisory Committee, and we just had a couple of quick updates for you. At our winter retreat in January, we identified our 2019 goals. So our first is 1,000 hours of volunteer time. So far, as of last Tuesday, we're at 275 hours. We want to do a horizon and forecast for how e-bikes, scooters, and anything else will affect our parks and trails. We also are looking to identify trends in the parks when we're doing our park assessments. We are working on reviewing and going to be voting to approve the grants on April 10th. So for the schools, which we're really excited about. And then lastly, we are looking to increase our community engagement by meeting with other neighborhood volunteer groups and our 100-year celebration. So we would like to invite City Council to our 100-year celebration at McElvoy Park on May 4th. And I did hand out flyers that you guys should all receive.
We did.
And it was in the Arvada report. But especially we want to see if any City Council member would be interested in judging best pie at our event. So that is on the agenda, I think 2:30 in the afternoon. And then just in addition to the park celebration or alongside it, there's bocce ball, croquet, cornhole. There will be live music. There's going to be a bike ride, city community booths, Arvada citizen volunteer booths, walking tours throughout historic Arvada, and food trucks. So thank you very much.
Great. The Parks Advisory Committee does a great job for us, made up of volunteers in our community that sit on the board and have come up with some wonderful ways to just celebrate all the great parks that we have here in the city of Arvada. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Next, I'll call upon a tag team, J.C. Mahue and Darren Heyman. Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening. Good evening, members of the City Council member. Thank you for the opportunity to share about our 5th year at the Arvada Car Care Fest. We are proud to be able to provide a place for the community to gather in front of some amazing cars, groove along to some live music, and to learn more about what it takes to keep up with your car.
April, as we've heard, is known for a lot of things, but for us, we also like to celebrate National Car Care Month. Alongside many beautiful cars of all variety, we will be having food, prizes, live entertainment, and many activities for the kiddos. Right next to the balloon animals and face painting, we partner with local vendors to provide informational booths ready to answer questions on how to maintain your car.
We are also beyond excited to utilize the entry fee for the car owners as a cash or a nonprofit donation that will go to the community table. All ages are welcome, and we would especially like to make a special invitation to you, the members of the City Council, to come enjoy some fabulous cars with us.
So you can find us at the Sancio Complex at 56th and Ward Road. So that's 5630 Ward Road on Saturday, April 13th from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. And for more information about the fest, you can visit the website, which is always arvadacarcarefest.com. And with permission, we have a reminder giveaway for members of City Council.
You may. Oh, cute. This group is following a tradition that's been started by our Festivals Commission of bringing little reminders to council to entice us to attend the event and to sort of showcase it. So thank you all for being here. Have a good evening. Next, we'll move on to new business, the consent agenda. We've got 3 items on the consent agenda tonight. First is a resolution accepting a donation of rifle-rated ballistic armor equipment for officers of the Arvada Police Department. Second is a resolution authorizing an amendment to the Jefferson Center Highlands Filing Number 1 Subdividers Development Agreement. Final item on the consent agenda is a resolution authorizing the release and subordination of Jefferson County's reversionary interest as to limited areas on certain real property owned by the City of Arvada for construction of Alkire Street and associated storm drainage improvements at Leyden Creek. Mr. Pfeiffer.
I am going to make a comment, though, before I make the motion, Mayor, if you don't mind.
You
But
may.
the first consent item around accepting donation from rated ballistic armor. For those that may recall, this was a commercial at the Super Bowl around the Arvada Police Department from Shield 616, taking care of our officers. So I just wanted to highlight the national publicity our police department got for this donation. So I will move that Resolution 19-033, 34, and 35 be approved.
Motions for approval of the consent agenda. All votes are cast. That passes 6-0 with Mr. McGough being an excused absence. Thank you. Next, we have ordinances on first reading.
Thank you,
Mr.
Your Honor.
Marriott.
I move that Council Bill 19-013, an ordinance authorizing an intergovernmental agreement between the City of Arvada, Colorado, and Sabel Metropolitan Districts Numbers 1 and 2, and Council Bill 19-014, an ordinance authorizing an intergovernmental agreement between the City of Arvada, Colorado, and Haskins Station Metropolitan District, both be approved on first reading, ordered published in full, and public hearings set for April 15th, 2019 at 6:15 p.m.
Motions for approval on first reading, setting public hearing date and time. All votes are cast. That passes 6-0 with Mr. McGough being an excused absence. Next, we'll go into the 2018 year-end financial presentation. Mr. Devon.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Director of Finance Brian Archer will make this presentation.
Mayor and council, thank you for the opportunity to talk about how 2018 ended for the City of Arvada. So I'd just like to start it off by saying the city had a good year. We did not have a great year. We did not have a very good year, but we had a good year. Revenues ended positive, but there are some concerns, and we'll walk through those here in just a bit. Expenditures ended in line with our budgets. Each and every year, I'd like to thank the department heads for their consistency in maximizing the services that they're able to provide with the resources that they are given. And we do have some limited one-time funds that we'll talk about here in a little bit. And you will notice that I did have a joke in my prior presentation about the G-line, but there was some news today, so I can't make that joke.
Even though it is April Fool's Day.
Even though it is April Fool's Day. So this is part of my job that I enjoy each year, and we get to celebrate a little bit of some of the amazing things that are accomplished. And so we'll go through some performances on the next few pages. We spent approximately $12 million on patching, milling, overlay, and concrete on 131 lane miles in 2018. If council remembers, this is quite a growth since just back in 2010, that number sat at $3 million. We processed over 40,000 sales tax returns from 6,664 registered businesses that produced over $51 million in sales tax revenue. We did issue 648 building permits. That is down compared to 2017. In 2017, that number was 1,072. You can see the breakout: 417 single-family, 87 duplex, 144 multifamily, producing a little over $7 million in building revenue. The police department did make 4,245 criminal arrests in 2018, up from 3,524 in 2017. The unemployment for the city sat at 3.5% at the end of the year, below the national level and right in line with the state. Many people will say healthy unemployment is at 4%. That does show that there were many jobs available and many people willing to work. And 14 out of our 15 funds met or exceeded the City Council established fund balance goal, with only the golf course fund under that number. There's a few graphical representations of performance measures. The first one relates to the general fund balance goal set by City Council of 17%. As you can see, over the past 4 years through this growth cycle, that fund balance has grown. City Council should be aware that we are using the majority of that to balance our next 10-year plan. So at the end of our 10-year plan, we sit at $3 million over our fund balance goal. Today, we sit at approximately 47% of expenditures versus the 17% goal. Down in the bottom right-hand corner, you will notice that over the past 5 years, the HR department, with leadership presented by CMO, working in conjunction with finance, has been able to reduce the year-over-year increase for our internal healthcare plan from a high in 2014 of 13% to this year a 2% growth. You will see that the goal was 8%. Because our returns were so strong, that was lowered to 6%, and we were able to beat that as well. That is a test to the healthiness of the employees in the city and their dependents. You'll also notice that City Council last year approved that 100% of all the businesses in the city are required to file online. That drove compliance from an average of 85% up to 95%, and that number continues to grow each and every month. We are very grateful to the businesses that do business in Arvada and look for this number to someday be 100%. Finally, on our performance, you will see a category that the police department tracks. This relates to Priority 0 and Priority 1 calls, which Priority 0 being immediate, crime in progress, and Priority 1 meaning as soon as possible, that they try to get there within 5-minute response time. And each year they've been able to lower that number to where as it sits today, every district but one is under that response time. That's quite a testament to the effort the police department puts towards these priority calls. We'll jump into the funds now. Start with the general fund. And you will notice that we do have a couple of items to point out. First of all, property tax, building revenues, and interest revenue are all positive. But as we talked about before, and we'll talk about here in a bit, sales tax is flashing a red light, and auto use tax is on the monitor. On the expenditure side, everything is positive. As we dive deeper into sales tax, you'll see overall, again, it's negative. And these are some of the categories that we track. So you will see fast food restaurants, telephone equipment, retail hardware, furniture, and auto care are all down compared to 2017. Public utilities is flat. Fast casual, restaurants, liquor stores, and grocery chain stores are all positive. We were a little bit concerned because liquor stores was down. That is one category that we can count on each and every year, but it did make a strong comeback in the fourth quarter, along with our grocery chain stores. So both of those areas have helped us to have an overall growth in sales tax of 1.3% from 2017, but our budget was 4%. Here's a visual of the last 9 years related to sales tax, and this is year-over-year growth. So you will see starting right after the recession in 2009, we started a growth pattern. 2010, small uptick. 2011, back to normal, what we would call an average or 3% growth. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17 were all above average. This relates directly to the growth the city has experienced and the good economy experienced by the state of Colorado on a broader scale. And you can see back in 2018 now, we've moved back down to about 1.3%. It's a little bit below what we expected. Certainly, we're going to keep our eye on this. We will be talking to City Council later on this year about the effects to our 10-year plan. I am happy to report that so far this year we are flat, so we're not seeing those numbers disappear. Lisa's going to come up and talk a little bit about our other revenue categories.
Okay, the next category is auto use tax. This is another category, and it's a primary revenue source of the general fund. And as you can see, this kind of follows the same trend as sales tax. Since the Great Recession, we've seen growth in auto use tax. In 2018, though, we did see a 6.2% reduction in auto use tax. So this is really the first sign of a little bit of slowing for our auto use tax. So 6.2% reduction. We did plan on a reduction in auto use tax. So we were right at budget in auto use tax. So the reduction in auto use tax did not negatively affect us in 2018. And as we look forward to 2019, we also are planning another reduction in auto use tax. Another one of our major sources of revenue are building revenues. This is composed primarily of building use tax and permit fees. And we really showed almost 20 years of history on building revenues just to kind of show what's happened in the 2014 through 2017 timeframe. I mean, we just saw tremendous growth in building revenues, primarily relating to the growth out west. So in 2018, we did see a 71% decrease in building revenues, but when you compare 2018 to an average year, we're still above a normal year. So, you know, 2018 wasn't as good as what we've seen, but we are kind of expecting a slowdown in growth. And as with auto use tax, with building revenues, we do expect the growth to kind of taper off. So we will probably see building revenues about equal to or maybe a little bit less than what we saw in 2018. Okay. So that really finishes our review of the general fund. And we do have other funds in the city that we'd like to kind of keep you apprised of. This table shows some of the other funds in the city. And I'll just go over some of the ones that we'd like to kind of point out. The first one being the tax increment funds. We would like to kind of monitor the tax increment fund revenue. The tax increment fund revenues primarily come from sales tax, very similar to the general fund. So if we see a decrease in the general fund, we're probably going to see a decrease in the tax increment funds. Okay. The Arvada Housing Fund will monitor the activities in this fund also. Things are looking good in terms of revenues and expenditures. They're meeting their goals. But when they finished 2018, the fund balance was at $52,000, which is, you know, it's positive, but we'd like to see it maybe a little bit more. So we'll keep an eye on the activities in the Arvada Housing Fund. In the Capital Projects Fund, this fund, as you all know, the voters, thank you to the voters, passed our ballot 3F in November, which allowed the city to issue about $80 million worth of bonds for 2 large capital projects. So if you take that $80 million and our normal spending in the Capital Projects Fund of about $10 million, we expect over the next several years to see about $90 million in expenditures. Our current reserve is about 2% of that amount, and normally we like to keep our reserves at about 8 to 10%. So we like to keep an eye on the Capital Projects Fund just because of the amount of activity that we'll be seeing in the next probably 3 to 5 years. In the water and wastewater funds, we're looking at revenues. These funds both have very healthy fund balances, so we're not worried about their fund balance. But what we have seen over the last maybe 2 to 3 years is that our citizens are becoming more efficient, and that's a good thing. Although with more efficiencies, we're going to see a reduction in our revenues. So we'd like to keep an eye on revenues and just make sure that over time they're still covering the expenditures. The only warning that we have is in the golf course fund, and Brian kind of talked about the fund balance for the golf course fund. We've been talking about the golf course fund for the last year. So we have seen that the golf course fund has decreased since the remodel of the Westwoods golf course. The one bright spot, I guess I'll say, for the golf course fund is for 2018, we expected a negative fund balance of about 1.7 million. They did actually finish with a negative balance of 700,000. So we saw a swing of about $1 million. So certainly over the 10-year plan, we do expect that the golf course fund will build up their fund balance. And it looks like they're on a great start to that. So we'll just keep an eye on this fund and just make sure that they are kind of following the path that we kind of set out. And then the last fund is the hospitality fund. And again, we're just monitoring revenues. In 2018, this fund did not meet their revenue budget. And part of this is due to the ballroom space that they're able to rent out. So in 2018, the Arvada Center had quite a few events, and they used some of the ballroom space, so the hospitality was not able to rent some of that space out. So they did fall short of their revenue goals. So again, we'll keep an eye on the hospitality fund. But in summary, as you can see, most of the funds did finish positively, and so we're very happy with the results for 2018. And then the last slide, or the last thing I'll talk about, is investments. We review our investments quarterly. And at the end of 2018, our total investment portfolio was about $5 million more than 2017. And that's primarily due to increases in our fund balances. So that's a good sign for our investments. Although it doesn't show on this slide, we still have about 30% of our portfolio invested in investments with less than a year maturity, and that's because we want to keep that excess cash. We were in a raising interest rate environment, and with that, we want to make sure that we do have excess cash to take advantage of those increased interest rates. So that's the reason why we are keeping a little bit higher balance in those shorter maturities. And then if you look at total interest earned, this is another bright spot for investments. We earned about $1 million more in interest revenue than in 2017. So that's a positive for investments.
So in summary, we do feel that revenue will be slowing down, especially sales tax and auto use tax. Lisa spoke to that. We are quite excited and again, very grateful to the citizens and taxpayers of Arvada that passed 3F, so we can begin work both on the underpass on 72nd and in Ralston Road. Design work in right-of-way has commenced, and we will start seeing some of that work continue throughout the summer. We do have some additional presentations coming in the next couple of weeks. Our PCI, Pavement Condition Index, presentation will be next week, identifying how the dollars that City Council has put towards streets have affected our streets. And we will certainly be looking at budget revisions throughout this year, also identifying if the city does continue in a slowdown, what would be some of the things that City Council can do to make cuts, or, as somebody in my department said, go on a diet.
Okay,
Any
council
questions we can
questions.
answer?
Mr. Marriott.
Thank you, Your Honor. So not so much a question, but a comment. The highlight that stood out to me here, the broad overview is good about revenues and whatnot, but the thing that I really got my interest was that this past year we spent $12 million on streets maintenance. That's $1 million increase over the previous year. And I think I want to tell the staff thank you for doing that. That's obviously been one of my priorities, is to continue to increase our streets maintenance until we get to where we need to be. And I realize we're going to have a PCI rating workshop coming up, but that regardless of the economy, that's one of our core responsibilities, and it's absolutely critical that we continue to pay attention to that. And I think this shows that we are, and just wanted to tell the staff thank you for paying attention to that, and thank you for keeping that as a priority.
Ms. Ford.
I have a question for our chief. Link, can you tell me, please, what was possibly the cause of an increase of arrests? Did we see different crimes? Did we have more police officers? What?
Well, the city is growing, and then the criminal activity, we have seen an increase in criminal activity in the city, and our officers are out there and active, so I would account for the increase in population and the activity of the officers.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Very good. Good report. As always, we really put a lot of faith and know that you all in the finance department do a great job for us, both monitoring everything and then being creative in terms of how we should look at our expenditures and activities. So good work by our team. Next, we'll have a discussion on the Porch Light Family Justice Center introduction. Mr. Devon.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I believe we're going to have the district attorney, Mr. Pete Weir, introduce this item. I know there are members of the district attorney's team here, but I believe the district attorney would like to make the introduction to this item.
Very good. Mr. Weir.
Thank you very much. Good evening again, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Thank you for allowing us a few minutes to formally introduce you to our Family Justice Center project. Before I get to that, however, I would be remiss if I didn't take just a moment to reflect on the comment just made by Councilwoman Ford and the increase in arrests in Arvada. It's a trend that we're seeing throughout Jefferson County. That's the sobering news. The good news is reflected in the men and women that you have working on your behalf in the Arvada Police Department. Under the leadership of Chief Link Strait, the Arvada Police Department is absolutely exceptional. I think it's also epitomized in that each year my office acknowledges and recognizes an outstanding investigator of the year. We deal with 22 law enforcement agencies in my office. That means it's well over 1,000 sworn law enforcement officials throughout the county. Last year, we recognized and acknowledged that Investigator Bobby Brooks was the outstanding investigator of the year. Investigator Brooks is right back here. Outstanding individual. I think it's appropriate that we're here today and that the timing is such that we are bringing this to you during National Victims' Rights Week. We can be very proud of what we're doing in Jefferson County. We've got great collaboration between our law enforcement officials, our nonprofits, municipal officials, and other groups. But we also have a problem, and the problem is domestic violence, elder abuse, human trafficking, sex assault. We have too many men and women being victimized. Our services right now are good. The things that we provide for them, the prosecution that's done on their behalf, I think is second to none. But we can do better. And that's why we are here. We're here to introduce you to what I believe is the most important priority of my office at this time, and that is standing up a family justice center in Jefferson County. We have been able to garner broad support throughout the Jefferson County community with over 70 partners. And this is an effort to recognize that we can do more to help survivors of crime. And we have an obligation to provide those services and an obligation to do more on their behalf. So I'm going to introduce the executive director of the project. It's Candace Coolidge. Candace is a deputy district attorney in my office, a very experienced felony prosecutor whose expertise has been in prosecuting crimes against children and domestic violence cases. I have detached Candace from those responsibilities to lead this project. Also with Candace is Ray Fleer. Many of you know Ray for his longtime service as the Undersheriff of Jefferson County. Ray has been has joined our effort as the project coordinator, thanks to the generosity of Sheriff Jeff Schrader. And also I'm proud to announce that Chief Deputy District Attorney Dana Easter is here this evening. But to give you the details of what the Family Justice Center is about, where we are with our project, I'm going to let Candace go through that with you. It's an exciting project. We call it Porch Light, and we're here to ask you to help us turn the lights on.
Good evening, council members. As Pete had mentioned, I'm Candace Coolidge, and I've been a prosecutor for about 15 years, most recently handling crimes against children and domestic violence cases. And I think in order to understand the problem, it's helpful to hear kind of an example of how things happen today. So I want to talk a little bit about Jill. Jill is 36 years old. She's a hairdresser. She has 3 kids and she's married. Her husband works for a moving company. She's home and she's cooking dinner, and her husband comes home from work and he says, "You're cheating on me. I know you are." She says, "No, I'm not." And he starts drinking, and she continues cooking, and he's going through her phone. "I know you're cheating on me." "No, I'm not." Next thing she knows, she's on the ground. He's hitting her. He's strangling her. Her children are screaming. They're 12, 6, and 8. One of them is pulling him off of her, and one of them is calling the police. Next thing she knows, he's taken to jail, and a law enforcement officer, one of the fine officers that we have in our community, is on scene and is asking her what happened. And obviously she's been through something very traumatic, and her kids witnessed this. And so she's trying to remember what happened, and she's wondering to herself, what just happened? This is somebody that I love, and how could this have happened? She's thinking, what am I going to tell my job? What am I going to tell his job? What am I going to tell my family? What am I going to tell his family, my kids, my neighbors? How long is this process going to take? There's just a lot of processing that is going to happen. And she's provided with a notice to appear to come to the courthouse to meet with the district attorney's staff the next day to talk about the case, to talk about what she wants to see happen. And her children are also going to be asked kind of what happened. And so this is just a typical domestic violence scenario that we hear day in and day out. Sometimes we have victim participation in the criminal justice system, and sometimes we don't for very legitimate reasons, such as fear of the offender, fear of the system, fear of deportation, threats to take the children, and just not knowing that there are services available to assist. And I'll tell you, most, if not every experienced prosecutor in the district attorney's office has handled a domestic violence homicide case, unfortunately. And so after the assault, there are so many wonderful service providers in our community that Jill is going to want to connect with, or that Jill should connect with. And so I'm going to assume for this example that Jill lives in Lakewood. However, this is true for Arvada, Westminster, Wheat Ridge, any place in Jefferson County. We are going to have her get medical treatment, because what we're noticing is with these cases where she's been strangled, unfortunately, we're seeing a lot of strokes occurring afterwards, because there is internal damage to the carotid artery, and blood clot forms and goes up to the brain. And days or weeks later, we're seeing strokes happening when there has not been evaluation after a strangulation incident. So we're going to always want her to go get an exam at St. Anthony Hospital. So assuming she lives at one location, she is going to travel 14.8 miles or 34 minutes. Then she may want to talk about a protection order. What does a protection order look like? And so she's going to go to the courthouse and talk to the wonderful folks at Family Tree that will help her fill out an application, and she'll go to court and talk to the judge about her application, but then she has to do that again another time to make the protection order permanent. And so total of 58.8 miles for those 2 trips, or 76 minutes. Then she may want to talk to somebody about what happened. She may want to talk to somebody from Jefferson Center for Mental Health. And so she'll go there, she'll tell her story, she'll fill out an application, 16.8 miles or 32 minutes. Then she may need some financial assistance because who's going to pay the rent? Maybe she needs the funding to pay the rent, and he's going to be in jail, and so how am I going to get that paid? And so she's going to go to Human Services in Jefferson County, tell her story, fill out an application, 25 miles, 34 minutes travel time. And then she may want to talk to somebody about a divorce or custody, and what is that going to look like? And so we're going to have her see the wonderful folks at the Justice and Mercy Legal Aid Clinic who provide that civil legal assistance for victims of violence. And so she'll travel 12 miles or 32 minutes. Then she will likely want to follow up with law enforcement, or law enforcement will likely want to follow up with her because obviously when she was talking about what happened, it had just occurred. And so there may be some more details that a detective, like Detective Brooks, may want to get from her. And so she'd travel about 8.6 miles or 26 minutes. And then the district attorney's office is going to want to meet with her because we want to talk to her about what she wants to see happen. We may have some other questions. And so she'll travel 30.8 miles or 36 minutes. And then remember, the children witnessed what happened. And so we're going to want the wonderful folks at the Ralston House to conduct forensic interviews of those children to talk about what happened. And so that'll be 12.8 miles or 30 minutes. And so by the time she's done to meet those just simply basic needs, she will have traveled over 174 miles, 4.6 hours in the car if she has transportation. And a lot of victims and survivors don't have transportation. So if she would need to take a bus, she'll sit on that bus for 13 hours. And keep in mind that that time is only traveling from one place to another. That doesn't include the time that the victim is waiting for services, is talking to somebody at the center. And remember, she has a job and kids. And so how is she going to make all these different appointments with her children with a job? And so unfortunately, the chances of Jill participating in the system and doing all of these things, those chances decline. And what we see, unfortunately, is it's a lot easier to go back to the abuser and get those needs taken care of rather than to get the services that are needed to get her and her child to a better place. And so then the cycle repeats itself, and that's what we see with our recidivism rates. And so if you think about it, the cost for what has happened, law enforcement has come, and these are taxpayer costs, right? The law enforcement has conducted an investigation. The abuser has been booked and jailed. The abuser is either supervised by pretrial services or is in the Jefferson County Jail. The prosecution has worked the case. The public defender has worked the case. There have been multiple court appearances in front of a judge. Possibly the crime lab has processed evidence. There's been a medical forensic exam and the forensic interviews of the children. And when the survivor unfortunately falls out of the system or chooses not to follow up with the prosecution of the case, then the cycle just repeats itself, right? Because the person goes back to the offender, another incident occurs, and the cycle continues. And I could say the same exact thing, the same exact scenario for a victim of a sexual assault with all of the different services that are important for that survivor, as well as elder abuse, as well as human trafficking. There are a multitude of wonderful services, but access to those services can be challenging. And so we've done a focus group. We've done several focus groups with survivors, and some of the things that they've said are, I was given a referral packet. I called each place listed. I still ended up lost with nowhere to go or be safe. I called approximately 100 numbers. I had no transportation due to my abuse. And if all the services were in one place, especially trying to leave a dangerous relationship, that would be very helpful. And so I want to talk for a minute about the children. Children in America, 5 million children witness domestic violence. 40 million adult Americans grew up living with domestic violence. And children who have experienced domestic violence often meet the diagnostic criteria for PTSD similar to a combat vet. Children in homes with violence are physically abused or seriously neglected at a rate of 1,500% higher than the national average. And those who grow up with domestic violence are 6 times more likely to commit suicide and 50% more likely to abuse drugs and alcohol. If you grow up with domestic violence, unfortunately, the statistics show 74% more likely to commit a violent crime against someone else. And we know that children, unfortunately, are 3 times more likely to repeat the cycle in adulthood. And this is something that we have to stop. We have to do something about these kiddos that are witnessing trauma and continuing the abuse. And so just a quick snippet of the numbers. We heard about arrests from the Arvada Police Department today. Here are filed cases in the district attorney's office. And if you look at the misdemeanor domestic violence cases, we have about 15,500 on average for last year and this year, or 2017 and 2018. Elder abuse cases are increasing, unfortunately. And so what do we do about this? Well, family justice centers are a national best practice. The United States Department of Justice views this Family Justice Center model to be a best practice in responding to violence. There are currently approximately 130 family justice centers around the nation. And so what is a family justice center, right? A family justice center takes all of the different service providers that provide services and brings them all to one location. And so now, when a victim goes for services, they go to one location and they are taken to all of the different service providers in the building. So, in essence, we make it easier to get the services than to go back to the abuser. And so the statistics are very positive for family justice centers. Alameda County in California opened in 2006. In 2006, 55% of misdemeanor domestic violence cases were not charged because of lack of victim participation. You'll see that that number decreased significantly when they opened their family justice center. Victims are much more likely to participate in the criminal justice system when they have all of the services that they need in one location. The domestic violence homicide rate decreases significantly, approximately 50% when family justice centers open. As you can see, San Diego's rate went down 50%, New York saw a decrease of 51%, Brooklyn 91% reduction in their domestic violence homicide rate. These family justice centers are not governmental type feeling for victims. They're very warm and welcoming settings where victims and survivors feel comfortable coming to this setting, bringing their children. The family justice center that we are working on will have services not only for victims and survivors, but for their children. The Family Justice Center will have child care, and while the children are being cared for, there also will be a child navigator to assess whether they need some additional assistance with mental health therapy. And I'm guessing 99% of the kiddos in that room have witnessed trauma. So as parent is going through the center and getting services that they need, kiddo is also getting services that they need. Forensic medical services, we're partnering with St. Anthony to provide forensic nurse exams at the center. We have over 75 partners. There does not need to be a criminal case for somebody to use the Family Justice Center. If you know that your neighbor may be a victim of elder abuse, you are welcome to refer your neighbor to Porchlight. They can come in and receive whatever services that they need. They do not have to report a crime, but they can if they want to, because law enforcement will be on site. Our vision is not only to make service delivery easier for victims and survivors and their children, but also for continued collaboration. We do a great job of collaborating with all of the agencies, but when everybody is living under one roof, that collaboration increases. We started a high-risk assessment team in August. That's a multidisciplinary team, and law enforcement as well as Family Tree and Ralston House and Human Services all come together every week, and we talk about the high-risk domestic violence cases that occurred the week prior. And the collaboration that has happened in that meeting has been incredible, and we see that as sort of a first step to a family justice center. And I am going to turn it over to Ray Fleer at this point.
Thank you. I'll wrap this up and let you know where we currently are in regards to this project. A couple of years ago, the Family Justice Center, the Alliance for Hope, came out and did a study tour, and I think some of you were probably present or participated in that endeavor. One of the things that they observed while they were here, and they got to interview many of the partners that are working on this project, but one of the outstanding observations they had, there's an overwhelming sense of respect and spirit of collaboration here in Jefferson County. And boy, are they right. There is an incredible sense of collaboration here, and we've experienced that greatly with this project. This community has a history of regionalized efforts, successful efforts that bring services together, regionalize services, and make us all a little bit better for our efforts. So this was great to see. As you can see here, the goal for the Family Justice Center, a Family Justice Center victim, surrounded by services provided through the Family Justice Center itself. The strategic planning session came out. They did their assessment. We recently went back to San Diego. We took a look at the San Diego Family Justice Center, and we were thoroughly pleased at what we saw. What we see when people collaborate and they come together are excellent services provided to surround victims and improve the quality of life that they have, come out the back end of this process whole and moving forward. And we learned that in San Diego at the San Diego Family Justice Center. That was the first Family Justice Center in the United States of America, and since there are probably over 100 Family Justice Centers in the United States. So as Candace had said, this is not new. It's just one of those common sense kinds of endeavors. When I look back and I think about Family Justice Centers and where we are today, I'm a little bit ashamed that we haven't done it before now, to be honest with you. It's such a common sense idea. So where we are right now, we have had several committees working together with us. A lot of our partners from those over 75 different agencies have had people dedicated to this project working with us. We have a Voices Committee made up of victims and survivors who have experienced domestic violence, sexual assault, and other crimes, working with us, sort of being our eyes and ears. Right now, we are formed with the Secretary of State. We have been acknowledged as a nonprofit. We've applied for our 501c3, and we are awaiting that designation right now. And as Candace said, we have over 75 partner agencies. We have some grant funding in place that we've received. Jefferson County Sheriff's Office has formed a family crimes unit that will be located at the Family Justice Center along with Lakewood Police Department. We're very proud and very happy, and I'm going to sing Bobby Brooks' praises one more time to have partners like Chief Straight, Eric, Bobby Brooks, Kelly Newman from Arvada, a number of people who have just dedicated a lot of time to making this endeavor successful. Candace talked about the high-risk assessment team. That's been a glowing success, and as we say, we think that's the precursor to the Family Justice Center. Where we are right now, we have a first-year startup budget and startup costs and 1 year of operation, and we budgeted, we think, about $1,258,000. That seems to be our need right now. We currently have raised over $817,000, although not all of that goes to the first year of operation. We have a diverse number of donors, a number of governmental entities, private donors, federal grants, state grants, and always individual donors who have helped us along the way get to this point. Our fundraising goal is another $550,000 to get the doors open, and we are looking to accomplish that by the end of April. One of the really good things that have happened to us recently is the Board of County Commissioners in Jefferson County pledged a $250,000 match in funds that we're able to raise. So we are working diligently to raise the money to get the doors open for the Family Justice Center. I'll power through our current partners right now, and you can take a look at those. And obviously, you'll see Ralston House coming up here, Family Tree, a number of great partners. JCMH, the ARC, DDRC. Did I mention Ralston House? They've been a fabulous partner in this. Don Mosley is kind of one of those people that Candace and I have looked to along the way for a lot of guidance and leadership. He's a wonderful person. There it is. This wasn't easy. If you've worked through committees, you know how difficult it is to do things like naming, logos, all of those things. But we're Porchlight, a family justice center. We have a business plan. I don't know if you recognize how difficult that is for a law enforcement officer and a DA to come up with a business plan. But we had a lot of help along the way from the Jeffco Business Resource Center. They helped us. They were delightful. They walked us through it hand in hand. Our mission right there is to bring together essential services for victims, survivors, and their children to create a positive pathway forward and to foster public safety. A look at our vision and values. Vision is a beacon of light. No matter the darkness, we inspire hope, offer a place for healing, create a community free from violence, abuse, and exploitation. And most importantly, right now, we have a location. We identified through our planning process that we needed about 15,000 square feet, we figured. We were lucky to meet up with Cheryl Powell, a local realtor who offered her services to us. Cheryl went on the search and she located a local owner at 11,100 West 8th Avenue, right across the street from DDRC. They have about 16,500 square feet. We've committed to a lease, but we have an out in that lease. If we're not able to raise the funds allowing us to move forward, or feeling confident that we can move forward and keep the doors open for a year, we have an out in that lease that we can back out. So we are dedicated to the fundraising process right now to make sure that we have the revenue that we need, the income stream that we need to keep the doors open once we occupy this space. The local owner, as I said, has been phenomenal. Craig Camp, he owns this building. Not only did he give us time to secure the lease and back out if we don't raise the monies at no penalty, but he's also doing the tenant finish work for us inside the facility to get us along our way. So he's been absolutely wonderful. So I think we have a video. No video. We tried to show our fundraising video. We're kind of proud of it, to be honest with you.
I bet you are.
I know it by heart if you want me to go through it.
Maybe we could do it with some puppets or something. You know,
what I'm going to do is I'm going to refer you to our website. We have a website right now. It's porchlightfjc.org. And you can go to that website and you can take a look at the video when you have time. It's a very short video, but I think it does a great job of stating the case, why we're here, why we're doing what we're doing. And kudos to Pete Weir for the leadership on this project. We wouldn't be anywhere near where we are without his leadership on this project.
I think we're trying to pull it up through the website. Let's see if we can do it that way.
And if not, we also have a Facebook presence. We're on Twitter.
Is this the one?
That is it.
Do we have sound?
Without your help, without your help, I will stay. I will stay in my abusive relationship. I will continue being my husband's punching bag. His prisoner, his slave, his piece of trash. Without your help, I will continue to be taken advantage of. My mom's boyfriend will continue to yell. and for things and touch me
and do things without your help.
Your help.
I will live in fear.
Every minute of every day.
Every day he's near me.
Near me.
Without your help,
I might grow up to be abusive too.
I will run away.
Live on the streets.
Learn to trust no one.
I will always be angry.
And think about suicide.
My cries for help will never be heard.
Without your help,
I will see things
and hear things
and have my childhood stolen from me.
I will never have the courage,
the courage to get the help I need. To get out of my living hell.
My living hell.
Without your help,
the services, the support,
the protection me and my kids need
will remain just beyond my reach.
Will be too far to get to on my own.
So please help.
Because nothing will change.
Nothing.
Without your help.
Done.
Thank you. Any questions that we might answer?
Any questions from council? I think what my sense would be that would this be something that our Human Services Advisory Committee should give us some input on, and certainly city staff?
Well, we certainly could. I think probably the first thing that would be necessary for at least to really understand this need, I think certainly the case that's been laid out here has been very compelling. I understand that cities will be asked for some sort of an annual contribution. And if that's the case, then it would be very good for me to receive what that annual contribution would be so I could advise the city council what conditions we would have in order to consider such funding. I think also there would be, as I understand it, some sort of an agreement that would need to be negotiated as part of a funding agreement, and certainly I'd want to understand that as well so we could include things like performance measures and other considerations along those lines. But this is something that I know the Jefferson County city managers and elected officials have been discussing. There's just more information I would need to be able to help process some sort of a funding request for the council to consider.
Very good. Thank you all very much. Very compelling. It's sad, obviously, that we have this situation as someone who's practiced domestic relations law for decades. I've certainly seen it in my law practice, and it's hidden in a lot of ways, but when it rears its ugly head, it's not a pleasant experience for anybody that goes through with it. So thank you for these efforts. The concept makes a lot of sense in terms of centralized services, and I thank you all for your hard work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we've got some appointments we're going to make to some boards and commissions, then we'll take a very brief standing in place break before we move on to our public hearing. So tonight we have the pleasure of appointing certain individuals to various boards and commissions. Let me tell you how this process worked. We advertise each year for all of our different boards and commissions, and we receive literally hundreds of applications. The city council receives all of those. We get a big, thick notebook, and then we rank them based upon the resumes and responses to questions, and interview a certain number based upon how many spots we have open on our various boards and commissions. Then we, on some of these that are the quasi-judicial committees, we will have a subcommittee of the city council conduct actual interviews of the finalists and then make their recommendations to the full council. And then on others where, such as the Liquor License Authority and some others, we will indeed have the entire council interview the finalists for the position. This year, we did something a little bit different at my request. whereas the Urban Renewal Authority position is an appointment by the mayor, and traditionally the mayor has been able to simply select who he or she would like to have appointed and then have that ratified by the council. This year, at my request, we took the step of actually opening that up to interviews, having the full council interview, and make the recommendation for appointment, which I have agreed to endorse. So with that, I'm going to start with Nancy Ford with the Arvada Arts and Culture Commission.
I move to appoint Judy Gardner and Rachel Koroiwa to the Arvada Arts and Culture Commission for 4-year terms ending April 30, 2023, and Louis Kalanya and Emily King for partial terms ending April 30, 2022.
Motions for the appointments? That passes 6-0 with Mr. McGough being absent. Thank you. Next, Mr. Bob Pfeiffer. I know it's small print, Mr. Pfeiffer.
I'm going to try. I move to appoint Del Kaufman, Bridget Kaufman, Amanda McCoo, Matt Pilger, and Kay Palmer to the Arvada Festivals Commission for a full 3-year term ending April 30th, 2022. Is it Shilpi Talwar and Charles Schick to the Arvada Festival Commission for an unexpired terms ending April 30th, 2020. Jeremy Belter to the Arvada Festival Commission for an unexpired term ending April 30th, 2021, and to reappoint Jennifer Kemps and Nina Piccinini to the Arvada Festival Commission for a full 3-year term ending April 30th, 2022.
Motions to appoint those named individuals to the Arvada Festivals Commission. All votes are cast. That passes 6-0 with Mr. McGough being absent. Mr. Marriott.
Thank you, Your Honor. I move to reappoint Daniel Daly and Veronica Kaiser to the Arvada Liquor Licensing Authority for 3-year terms ending April 30th, 2022.
All votes are cast. That passes 6-0, Mr. McGough being absent. At this time, I would move to appoint Tim Steinhaus to the Arvada Urban Renewal Authority for a 5-year term ending April 30th, 2024.
And I move to ratify Mayor Williams' appointment of Tim Steinhaus to the Arvada Urban Renewal Authority for a 5-year term ending April 30th, 2024.
Ms. Ford, I need your vote. Thank you. That passes 6-0, Mr. McGough being absent. Next, Mr. Jones.
Thank you. I move to appoint Meredith Kapushin. I am so sorry if I said that wrong. To the Board of Adjustments for a 3-year term ending April 30th, 2022, and to reappoint Alan Albrecht and Barbara Kaufman to the Board of Adjustments for a 3-year term ending April 30th, 2022.
Mr. Jones attempted to convince us to only appoint people named Jones or Smith or easy names like that for in the future, but we did not accept that.
Did not work.
That passed 6-0, Mr. McGough being absent.
I move to reappoint Robert Lee to the Arvada Retirement Board for a 4-year term ending April 30, 2023.
Votes cast. That passes 6-0, Mr. McGough being absent.
I move to reappoint Matthew Prithero as the at-large representative to the Design Review Advisory Committee for a 5-year term ending April 30th, 2024, and Scott Spears as the Old Town business owner to the Design Review Advisory Committee for a 5-year term ending April 30th, 2024.
That passes 6-0, Mr. McGough being absent.
I move to appoint Aaron Lopez, Larry Voigt, and Hank Braxma to the Golf Advisory Committee for 3-year terms ending April 30th, 2022.
Motions for approval on the Golf Advisory Committee. That passes 6-0. Thank you, Mr. McGough being absent.
I move to appoint Catherine Gaskins to the Human Services Advisory Committee for a 3-year term ending April 30th, 2022, and to reappoint Vicki Pine to the Human Services Advisory Committee for a 3-year term ending in April 30, 2022.
And that passes 6-0, Mr. McGough being absent.
I move to appoint Lisa Reich to the Old Town Business Improvement District Board for a 3-year term ending April 30th, 2022, and reappoint Deborah Pearson and Karen Wood for a 3-year term ending April 30th, 2022.
All votes cast. That passes 6-0, Mr. McGough being absent.
I move to appoint Michael McMahon, Jason Anderson, and Brian Tucker to the Park Advisory Committee for 3-year terms ending April 30, 2022, and Alicia Todd to the Park Advisory Committee for an unexpired term ending April 30, 2020, and to reappoint Justin Holstein, Julie Jordan, and Aaron Newton to the Park Advisory Committee for 3-year terms ending April 30, 2022.
That passes 6-0, Mr. McGough being absent.
I move to appoint Iris Howitz to the Sustainability Advisory Committee for a 3-year term ending April 30th, 2022. Mindy Moore to the Sustainability Advisory Committee for an unexpired term ending April 30th, 2020. Keith Emery to the Sustainability Advisory Committee for an unexpired term ending April 30th, 2021, and to reappoint Melissa Bauer, Tara Kent, and Randall Moorman to the Sustainability Advisory Committee for a 3-year term ending April 30th, 2022.
And Ms. Ford, if you'll vote. Thank you. That passes 6-0 with Mr. McGough being absent.
And I move to appoint Matthew Thornton and Matthew Barkley to the Transportation Advisory Committee for 3-year terms ending April 30th, 2022, and to reappoint Dan Cupid and Andrea Duran Carpenter to the Transportation Advisory Committee for 3-year terms ending April 30th, 2022.
And Mr. Pfeiffer. No problem. All votes are cast. That passes 6-0. Mr. McGough being absent. That concludes our appointments. You can see that there's a number of names. Council takes this very seriously, and we're very grateful for the people who have applied for our boards and commissions. We always tell everyone who applies who doesn't get a position that because we have so many people who apply that we urge them to apply in future years, and we try to get people plugged in whenever we can because we have such a wealth of skill set in this community of people willing to spend their time and their energy and bring their talents and knowledge to us, and we're very grateful for that. So with that, let's take a very brief stand in place. Convene. Thank you all. At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing on Council Bill 19012, an ordinance authorizing an additional appropriation for fiscal year 2019. Mr. Devon.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, we're going to have Director of Finance Brian Archer present this item.
Good evening again, Mr. Archer.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about our first proposed budget amendment. About 3 years ago, we changed this amendment from being a resolution to being an ordinance, which requires both a public hearing and 2 readings. But what that allows us to do, assuming City Council approves this tonight, is to formally change the budget. We're trying to accomplish 3 things tonight. Number 1, any items that were not completed last year, any projects, any programs, anything that was budgeted in 2018 that needs to be carried over and completed in 2019, we're asking for approval of that. Secondly, we're asking for items that were identified during the 2019-2020 budget process but did not have a funding source to be brought back to City Council for approval tonight. We've called those one-time items. And finally, there are some things that have happened since Council approved the budget in October that do need to have formal appropriation approval. And these will look very familiar to City Council when we get there. So first, our carryover. Approximately $14.8 million spread across the funds that are in front of you. As you will notice, there's some quite large items in the water, wastewater, and stormwater funds, and we'll dive into that here in just a minute. And then the general fund and the vehicles fund being the next 2. The detail exists in the packet that was presented to City Council and is available online. This is a high-level look at both what the carryover entails in the general fund and what it entails throughout the other funds. You will notice in the general fund is made up of 4 main categories. Security. Approximately 3 years ago, we made a dedication as an organization to increase the security, both physical and remote. This is a continuation of that effort. Various projects that were not completed, specifically the computer replacement project and the land development code. The continued dedication to ADA compliance. In a couple of weeks, we will be bringing to City Council a resolution to approve a ADA study and implementation plan. And finally, some operating dollars that were not completed in 2018. This is predominantly the purchase of some vehicles and some equipment that had long lead times. On the other funds, you will notice the majority of the funding that's being requested to carry over is related to capital. The projects are listed to the right, and again, these are predominantly in our enterprise funds. Many of these projects have multiple years. The challenge to government accounting is each and every year we have to rebudget for these projects. While they're not new, and City Council has approved these before, because they were not complete in 2018, we have to ask permission to spend those dollars again. You will see a carryover in the street maintenance fund. This is related to the revenue we receive from the 50/50 program and any street degradation revenue. Each year when we take that revenue in, we then bring it to City Council to approve to be spent the very next year on roads. Some equipment and ultimately some operating dollars. The next item we are asking City Council to approve are related to the one-time requests. These should all look familiar, as each one of these was identified during the 2019-2020 City Council budget process. We did not have funding for each of these items during the budget process. While they were prioritized, not having a revenue source for them, we were not able to approve them. Tonight I will show you where we have funding for them and hopefully allow City Council the opportunity to discuss and possibly approve. What you will notice up here is one item that City Council requested Mr. Devon to add is not included. And that item is related to AIDA. So we had a presentation last Monday night, Arvada Economic Development Association, and Council directed Mr. Devon to find $250,000. We will make that change, and we will approve that through Mr. Devon's authority, and then later on this summer, bring it back to City Council for formal approval. Finally, I will cover the new requests. So you will see approximately $91 million, which is quite a large number, of new requests that have happened since City Council's approval in October. But these will be very familiar to City Council as we move on. It's predominantly made up of 4 main items, one being our Parks Maintenance Building, which City Council approved as part of the 2019 budget. There were a few funds that needed additional appropriations to help cover for that. You will also notice the 2 large projects approved by the voters, 72nd and UPR Underpass and Ralston Road. That is $80 million of that $90 million. There's also a $4 million debt service payment that will need to be made in 2019. Each of those items was not available when City Council made their approval in October because the vote didn't happen until November. So at this point, we are asking City Council to formally appropriate for the debt service payment. And then finally, you will see 72nd in Indiana, where we need additional funds to be appropriated to finish that project. This slide is to demonstrate where the one-time funds come from for the general fund. So you will notice from our prior presentation, we talked a little bit about sales and use tax and how it was below our budget. So for 2018, that was approximately $1.2 million below our budget. We had an additional $1.1 million of a one-time allocation from the HUTF fund, the Highway Users Trust Fund. Our building revenues were approximately $2.7 million over our budget. In all other funds, franchise fees, interest revenue, grants, court costs, etc., cumulative were $310,000 over budget. So that puts us at $2.9 million on the revenue side. If we move to the expenditure side, we had approximately $2.8 million in savings. We are asking to carry over approximately $1.4 million of that, leaving us an expenditure savings of $1.3 million. That leaves us a total savings of $4.2 million, of which we are requesting to use 1.6 on the new budget requests and 2.4 on the one-time, putting the additional $234,000 towards the fund balance to help us balance our next 10-year model. So there's a very quick look at what the budget request is for tonight. Can I answer any questions?
Well, first of all, it's probably good that Mr. Weir has left because it shows that we've got money that we could put towards that. So, in addition to these projects, so again, because of our good stewardship of funds, we really are in a good position. Do any council members have questions of Mr. Archer's presentation? Mr. Pfeiffer, you're first.
Yeah, could you remind me what the Health and Human Services funding, $75,000, can you remind me what that is?
So that's a one-time increase to the Health and Human Services Fund that was requested as part of last year's budget cycle.
For the advisory committee for granting out, so this is in addition to our standard?
That is correct.
Okay.
That was one that was put on the plate at the time. We did not have funding, but it was asked to be brought back if we did.
Okay, because it kind of confused me that it says Health and Human Services. That's what the health, I didn't know health was part of that committee.
It might be an old term, that's just how we
Okay, so it's
make
to the
reference
human
it.
services,
It's the human
the additional
services fund, yeah.
$75,000. Okay, thank you.
Very good. Ms. Ford.
So I just wanted to ask a couple of questions on the one-time request, the traffic review study. What would that be for? Where are we studying traffic? $150,000.
I'm drawing a blank right now.
That is to further study for mobility and start that work towards getting a ground base for moving forward with our vision for Arvada's traffic systems.
Okay, thank you. And then I just want to ask a question on the visitor center funding. Is that an additional funding request for additional
That is,
work?
that
Okay.
is.
And then I wanted to tell Mr. Devon that I would love to see new paint on the fire station, number 7.
I'll certainly let the Fire Protection District know that.
That's out of their budget. Okay, I don't see any other questions, so at this point, we'll be taking public comment, and let me do a little bit of lead-in in this. One of the things that makes Arvada so special, and particularly on emotional issues like this, where we know that the community is somewhat divided and that there's very strong viewpoints on all sides of the issue. One of the things I am most proud about in our community, and I talked to the other 40 mayors from the metropolitan area who marvel at how respectful our citizens are here in Arvada. I hear horror stories, and we see it on the news and things of that nature, where in other communities, people frankly act pretty inappropriately. And what we want to have happen with our public comment and what we do here with our public hearings, and people have been great about it, is that they respect each other. They allow individuals to make their comments. We want this to be a safe room where everyone feels safe making whatever comments they want to make, and you certainly have the right to do that. We will be closely monitoring. You've seen earlier that we have a 3-minute timer. Well, I've got approximately 25 people who are signed up to speak, and I'll certainly give each of you your 3 minutes, but I am going to stop you tonight at 3 minutes, just out of courtesy to everyone who's here in the audience, so that everyone gets their opportunity to speak, and so that we can then vote on the issue that's before us. We have received a lot of emails, a lot of phone calls, a lot of letters, and this is not a quasi-judicial hearing, so it was appropriate for us to receive those, to consider them as we are contemplating this funding request that we have before us tonight for the various items that Mr. Archer has mentioned. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to call out names. I'll have you come down to the podium. I'll call out typically about 3 names at a time so that we can just have a running queue here. But first, I've got some people who have signed up indicating that they don't wish to speak but do want their name entered into the record. And I'll begin with former City Councilman Aaron Azari, who is for the issue but does not wish to address council at this time. Next, I have Nancy Wiley, who has indicated that she does not wish to speak but is against the issue. Rebecca, and again, I apologize for inability to get names correct, but it looks like Dansklag, who is against the issue and does not wish to speak. Sandra and Barry Beal are opposed to the issue but do not wish to speak. Kurt Sela also is against the issue but does not wish to speak but wants his name registered. And Darren Omsklag, who also is opposed to the issue but does not wish to speak. So those will be entered into the record with their respective positions. So next I'm going to call upon Charissa Jones, Frank Baroni, and Laura Norman in that order for their 3 minutes of speaking. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Just real quick, Mayor. I mean, I know they're talking, we're having feedback on the entire agenda item.
Yes.
But is this in dispute of a single item within the agenda item? We should clarify that.
Well, I think that, I mean, there may be people who want to speak on others, and
Fair
they
enough.
certainly can.
Okay, thank you, Mayor,
But
for clarifying.
if I were a betting man, I'd say I think I know what folks want to talk about. So.
Yes, hello
Yes.
again. I'm Carissa Jones. So I work for one of the largest global consulting firms, and we work on RFPs all the time for Fortune 500 companies across tech, healthcare, and the government. Responding to an RFP is part of the cost of doing business. No one has been hired yet, nor earned any money yet. But yet, why is our council spending millions of Arvada tax dollars to billion-dollar companies when we can't even afford to meet our own community needs, such as local roads, first responders, and schools? Lastly, adding this funding into an overall ordinance was very strategic. and a little sneaky, in my opinion. So as a constituent, I am ashamed because I voted for you. And needless to say, I look forward to the next election. I now know we should have voted for Campanella, and I quote him in regards to Mayor Williams' urban growth plan. He said, "I think most of the growth has been irresponsible. I think it was the height of irresponsibility to allow construction up in the Rocky Flats area. I have a hard time with government saying it's cleaned up and safe. I've read many scientific papers and talked to many scientists. Who says it's not as safe as the government says?" Urban development at all costs is not the answer. If you want to build for Arvada for the 21st century and not the 1960s, this is not the answer. Please be smart about this. Find a different route, a safe route, and one that will actually spur economic development. If options are open, why is cut and cover not being considered? Regardless of the budget, it should be on the table, especially since there happens to be several communities with hundreds of homes that this will affect. Lastly, as Representative Brianna Titoni, which she's here tonight, thank you for joining, tweeted in March, "I am leading toward my constituents' concerns about this project. It seems to me that a road thought up in 1968 is not necessarily the best option in 2020. I would like to see a comprehensive multimodal transportation study for this before moving forward." Thank you for tweeting that and being here. This seems to be based on a pipe dream for the 1960s and not grounded in the reality of 2019. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Mr. Barone, and then Laura Norman, and then Christy Pollard.
Mayor Williams, members of the City Council, Mr. Devon and staff, thank you for letting a tribal elder address you this evening. I live at 80th and Elkhart in Arvada. The famous Wayne Douglas Gretzky said, "A good hockey player skates to where the puck is. A great player skates to where the puck is going to be." And so it is with careful, thoughtful, meaningful leaders and planners. So they can't skate to where the puck used to be. I attended a birthday party for a friend on March 17th, hosted by a young couple in Leiden Rock. The husband showed me from their doorway where the Beltway is going to be. He said some neighbors wanted him to join them in opposing its construction, but that he couldn't because the Beltway was clearly shown on all the plans and all the buyers signed off on very complete disclosures of the facts that pertain to it. Those of them here to protest going on with the Beltway have raised the issue of whether they were being truthful then or being truthful now. I was one of the protesters against the construction of C-470 because it was planned well after I had built my former residence, and many of us were convinced it would seriously negatively impact our quality of life. I have often publicly admitted that my protest was a big mistake. What we imagined never happened. Since it was built, I have driven and regularly do drive C-470. There is prolific, uninhibited new construction of houses and apartments along the whole route. I actually worked in the boiler rooms of 3 buildings at Rocky Flats. At no other facility anywhere have I ever observed such strict and complete safety protocol. So I'm comfortable reminding all the folks worried about the Beltway disturbing the soil near there that the very same soil was safely excavated for their home foundations and all the underground utilities that serve them. I've been actively involved in Arvada and Jefferson County government for 49 years, much of it at this very podium. I've advocated on behalf of the Beltway completion and the Candelas development since 1987. So I chuckle at any allegation that the process is being rushed. For myself, wondering if I will ever actually drive it in my lifetime, and for the folks who built in its proximity believing it will never be built, perhaps it's appropriate that we're meeting on April the 1st.
Thank you. Laura Norman, then Christy Pollard, and then Gina D'Angelo.
Good evening. My name is Laura Norman, and I'm a resident of the Leiden Rock subdivision. I was here a couple weeks ago and spoke on the Northwest Parkway, or as some of us call it, the toll road to nowhere. I asked you a question on the last council meeting to go home and reflect, take a look at your homes and your families. And when you go to bed, ask yourself, do I want this going through my backyard and my neighborhood? And I really would like to know, did you reflect on that? Did you ask yourselves that question? I urge you tonight to vote no on the $2 million proposal. Let's take a step back. Let's rethink this. Isn't there a better option? Let's not get into a big rush. Does this have to be done right away? Think about the families that are involved. Let's not turn Arvada into a Denver, a Broomfield, or Lakewood. Let's keep it in a nice, small community. Thank you.
Thank you. Christy Pollard, then Gina D'Angelo, and Nancy Young.
Mr. Mayor and City Council, good evening. My name is Christy Pollard. I'm the President and CEO for the Jefferson County Economic Development Corporation. We are here this evening to ask for Council's consideration of the proposed funding for the Jefferson Parkway. We understand that the economic vitality of our county and region are dependent on strong transportation systems. As such, the Jefferson County Economic Development Corporation commissioned an economic impact study, which I have with me this evening, on the parkway and the economic benefits that would be derived with and without the completion of the parkway. The study focused on one-time construction spending, business operations, employee spending, and resident spending. The study looked at the parkway's influence on the direct economic benefits of development only. It did not include any indirect benefits utilizing economic multipliers. The study came to the conclusion that the net economic and fiscal benefits in Jefferson County are 17% higher from 2018 to 2037, which would be the 20-year build-out of the project, with completion of the Jefferson Parkway compared with the status quo, representing an increase of $1.2 billion. The net fiscal benefits to Jefferson County will increase by 23% with the completion of the parkway, representing a $25.8 million increase. In addition to the economic impacts, we know that the completion of the parkway will provide more convenient access to recreation, schools, shopping, and public services while improving quality of life throughout the entire metropolitan area. We also know that functional transportation systems are essential to bringing businesses to our community, which in turn creates jobs and provides a sustainable tax base for schools, local governments, and open space. Thank you to Council for your kind consideration this evening.
Thank you. Gina D'Angelo, Nancy Young, and then Patricia Mellon.
Hi, I'm Gina D'Angelo, and judging from this meeting tonight, you guys have to deal with a lot of issues, and I just want to thank you for your service. It's obvious that a lot of important things come before you. Porch light just knocked me off my socks. I hope that goes through. I'm not here to oppose the 470. I'm here to oppose it going through my neighborhood. I remember the first time that I stood in the Leiden Rock development, and I was just blown away by the natural beauty, the mountains, the wildlife. And I said to my wife at the time, Shelley, this is where we're supposed to be. We'd been praying on it for a long time. And I said, this is absolutely where we're supposed to be. We signed a lot of paperwork, but I honestly couldn't remember signing anything about the Jefferson Parkway. And just recently, I started pouring through my paperwork, and I realized there was no real paperwork. There was a thumb drive, a tiny thumb drive that was easily overlooked, especially when you have the excitement of building a home in a beautiful place. You're not really thinking about a highway that wasn't emphasized. You're thinking about rolling hills, walkways, nature, all the things that make Leiden Rock what it is. I love my neighborhood. I love my family. I don't want to think of us as collateral damage for a project that's been debated for some, I don't know, 20 years is what I've heard. I want progress. I've been alarmed by the explosion of people in the area. The roadways are clogged. 93 is clogged. Indiana's clogged. Everywhere you go takes a lot longer to get there. So we do need roads. We do need transportation. We do need the development of retail facilities, hospitals, all the things, businesses, all the things that go into a community. But it's been alarmingly quick, and I think all of us are feeling the strain. And so I would just respectfully ask that you step back and think about what it would mean if a road, a highway, ran through your neighborhood, in your backyard. We're a little bit frightened. I don't want to think about cancer from plutonium. I don't want to think about noise from the exhaust of so many cars. I don't want to think about lights interrupting my sleep and the noise of traffic. I don't want to think about my adopted grandson getting cancer. I've had cancer. My wife has had cancer. We have a dog who has cancer. Please just think about what you're doing and find maybe a better solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Nancy Young, then Patricia Mellon, and then Jeff Jordan.
Good evening. I have no axe to grind in this matter. I live near Old Town. I'm retired, and I spend most of my time, I shouldn't say most, but a lot of time, watching city government and advocating for those things that are best for the entire community. So it's a mystery. Why is Arvada defying the West Connect coalition of governments whose mission is to connect the northwest portion of the Beltway? The Jefferson Parkway, last I looked, was not included among the 4 proposed routes for the Environmental Impact Statement, or EIS. And yet, Arvada continues to spearhead this project. It is unlikely that the Northwest Parkway, which exists and is a toll road, will connect to anything until after West Connects makes a decision on a route. It is not known why the Jefferson Parkway was not included in the EIS. Best guesses suggest that either there are environmental issues or it is not economically feasible, or maybe both. This means that the Jefferson Parkway will dead end within sight of the Northwest Parkway, possibly for a decade or more. Who knows how long West Connect will take to make a decision. It also means that the primary eastern access to the Jefferson Parkway will be Indiana. Traffic on Indiana, bad already, will mushroom, not just as an access point to the Parkway, but also from people avoiding the toll once it opens. If you vote for this proposal, 2 highways might well be built, the Jefferson Parkway and the West Connect connection for the Beltway. There are many other reasons funding for this dead-end highway should not be approved. Some have already been noted by other citizens, and I'm sure there will be other considerations brought forward. But this is my concern. The Jefferson Parkway is not part of the West Connect Coalition as far as I know. And who needs 2 highways? And given a choice, which highway will people use? What is the benefit to the citizens of Arvada? As far as I can tell, none. Traffic on Indiana will only get worse. Development occurs with or without the highway. And a highway will be built, we just don't know what the other one will look like. And we have development. There's been no Jefferson Parkway, and there's been a ton of development. I urge you to vote no on this entire budget package, so long as it includes funding for the Jefferson Parkway. I know a far, far better use for $2 million. It's called porch light. Thank you.
Thank you. And there's one thing I forgot. We don't applaud during, we don't boo, we don't applaud. You guys are all doing a great job, but I will add that additional note. Patricia, is it Mellon?
Mellon, thank you, yes.
And then Jeff Jordan, and then David Hendricks. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Pat Mellon. I am an environmental public interest attorney. I also do a lot of property work here in the Front Range, actually over to probably Clear Creek County. I represent 7 concerned community organizations who have recently petitioned the federal government to release the business documents that were provided to the grand jury that investigated environmental crimes at Rocky Flats. We anticipate an answer tomorrow from the Department of Justice on their position. CDPHE has taken a position that they believe the release of the documents and the ability to audit the cleanup that happened at Rocky Flats is a good thing. The 7 groups that I represent have long stood for the danger that remains at this property. That includes the 300-foot right-of-way that was granted on behalf of JPPHA. Our concern is that the designation of unlimited use and unrestricted exposure that's relied on to support all of the development related to this property is a surface level determination. It doesn't apply to deep construction required to do highway construction. We're concerned that there was no remediation on this property, not 1 ounce on the 300-foot right-of-way. That determination of safe for unlimited use and unrestricted exposure is openly acknowledged to be based on 5 samples, surface samples, for every 30 acres. The contamination that you'll see in the pictures of the site is in 55-gallon drums. Tell me how easy it is to miss a 55-gallon drum in 30 acres. It's understandable that there's a sunk cost decision logic here. We've spent so much money so far, why would we stop now? That's the same logic that keeps all of us in jobs that we hate, dead-end relationships, and spending money on things that no longer suit or fit our needs. I would also argue, quite frankly, that this moment, this decision moment here, is the moment that the Flint water officials and the people at Love Canal, the government officials at Love Canal, would love to have back, and to make a different decision to protect their communities. And so I would urge you, as I've heard earlier tonight, to consider that immunity for government action is not absolute, that creating danger for the citizens is not a pass, and to take a step back and not spend the $2 million until we know more later this year about what really is still out there. Thank you.
Jeff Jordan, David Hendricks, Shelley Mesh. And any of those individuals still here? I'm sorry? I'm Shelley Mesh. Okay.
Hi, all. Before I get started, I just have to say that Council Members Miller's shoes are banging, so let's just note that. Really, I'm here again in support of my neighbors. I don't back up to this tollway, but a lot of people do, and I'm really concerned for them. I see people already trying to sell their homes, jumping ship, and once they hear that this tollway is going to go behind their house, people run. They run, and I'd say they run for the hills, but they're obviously not. But, you know, considering this whole budget package too, you know, vote no to the $2 million, but vote no to a $150,000 traffic study and no one can articulate what it's for. So this is all packaged into one lot. I encourage you and I urge you to dig a little deeper into the other parts of this package as well, because I think it's very short-sighted, and I appreciated Councilmember Ford's question about what is this $150 grand for, and Again, there's not a lot of response to that, and not a lot of information. As a taxpayer, I would want more information about that. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
A last call for Jeff Jordan and David Hendricks. Okay, Mr. Hendricks. Good evening.
I have handouts if you want them. This is on the Jefferson Parkway. It shows that it starts out at I-70, makes a beltway around the metropolitan area, as all of you know. But this is the enabling structure that will allow all of the secondary consequences, impacts and consequences to take place once it's built. And the main thing on my comments are all summarized in the National Environmental Policy Act of 1970, which is 2 pages, and I'll make this available if you want it.
You can just give it to the city clerk when you're done with your comments, and she'll make sure we get it.
It's a very articulate law. It expresses national policy on the environment, and I think it's pertinent to everything that you're having to make a decision on here at this time. But you see that the mountains are symbolically shown here on the to the west of the Jefferson Parkway. It's fundamentally different than the Beltway from the DIA and along the southern part of the Denver metro area. This one is, I think some of the previous people have spoken to this. There's wildlife. The mountains will be visually impaired. The highway will be divisive, not only in Layden Park, but the entire community will feel this. And I think it's an irreversible act, as the National Environmental Policy Act states. And once it's built, it'll be there forever, literally. And so I urge you to take your time and let it stand for another 3 councils for 10 more years before you make a decision. And the $2 million could be put in other uses, I think. If it is built, if it's inevitable, I would suggest that you use the $2 million to hire a landscape architect to help design it. And I have credentials going back. I've been interested. I'm 87 years old, and I can look back. That's an advantage right now. I can look back and tell you that Los Angeles, we don't want to be Los Angeles-ified here. I guess my time's up.
Thank you, sir. Mike Raby, and then Janice Foster and Matthew Sanders.
Thank you. Could we have everyone who's with the movement to stop Jefferson Parkway please stand? Stand up and raise your hand if you're standing. Thank you. Thank you all for coming tonight. So our group knew we had an uphill battle on this funding issue. However, your expected approval tonight of this ordinance, including the money for the tollway, is not going to stop us. Just as you say we knew a highway was coming through our community, we say council knew Leyden Rock was a community at risk when you decided to build a high-speed 4-lane highway through a residential community. That's why you wanted signage along the right-of-way and disclosures signed by all the homeowners. We've proven to you over the past month that because of poor planning and follow-through, those were never successfully implemented, but still you use these signage and disclosure arguments. We aren't accepting this tollway as fact, and we're not acquiescing to mitigation, because you can't mitigate the noise and lights and the safety, health, and financial risks that this tollway brings to our community. And despite whatever you think we saw or signed, Leyden Rock has every right to defend our property, our families, and the integrity of our community. We are going to continue to stand up for ourselves, because if we don't, no one will. Certainly hasn't been with this council. We are the community most affected by this tollway. The rest of Arvada is more concerned about traffic on Ward, Wadsworth, Kipling, and many other roads. This tollway is not going to help them. That's why not one person has come here to publicly speak for this tollway except for an employee of the county tonight. We're also defending the thousands of residents downwind of Indiana who have no say with what is going on with this tollway. And what is really deeply disturbing to us is those of you who don't believe there's a public safety issue along Indiana. You believe the federal government and CDPHE, yet Dr. Mark Johnson of Jeffco Public Health doesn't believe the feds, and he questions the credibility of CDPHE to draw the conclusions they have. But you probably don't believe him either. Do a search on your phone for elementary and middle schools southeast and east of Indiana. You'll find at least 8 elementary schools and 3 middle schools. And we say this without hyperbole. There you'll find the children who will be outside playing when the plutonium-laden dust starts flying from construction near Indiana. If you did care about the citizens of Leiden Rock and Arvada, you'd remove or eliminate this $2 million from this ordinance. So that's what we're asking you to do tonight. Take it out. We'll be watching to see if you even consider that. Finally, there's 3 questions we'd like to ask that you answer tonight for the record. 1, what's the specific justification for the one-time budget request in this appropriation measure, including the $2 million for JAPA? We've not found that anywhere. 2, why do you support the tollway against the wishes of so many citizens and that has a lack of support from the rest of Arvada? And 3, why are the concerns that have been raised not enough to take this out of this ordinance? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Again, no applause. Janice Foster, Matthew Sanders, and Jeff Staniszewski. I mess it up every time. I'm sorry, Jeff.
Hi.
Janice?
Hi. Thank you, first of all, for listening to me and tonight. My name is Janice Foster, and my husband and I live at 8570 Salvea Way. We're near Daybreak Park, and for any of you here in the audience, you might see me out every day. I have a white shepherd, and I am walking her. So tonight, I put a couple notes here together. I have 2 main reasons. 1, this is the road to nowhere. It doesn't connect anything. It doesn't connect us at the Northwest Parkway. It doesn't connect us to C470. We're just creating a lot of cars going into Golden on a 2-lane road. They're building some housing development there. I believe it's apartments. And it's going to create massive traffic, dirt, dust, pollution. And when it's all said and finished, if this goes through, people are not going to be paying $6 to $7 to drive 10 miles. They're all going to be on Indiana or 93, which is what we use now. My second bigger one is Rocky Flats. That is my big concern with plutonium and any other carcinogenic chemicals there that are there. And I have a classic example for anyone here in this room. My family has been hit by Agent Orange. My first husband was in Vietnam. He served in the Marines, and he was hit with Agent Orange. He died at the age of 41. They used Agent Orange. It contained dioxin, a very carcinogenic chemical. He died of 3 tumors on his liver. He left me and my 2 daughters. The government said it was safe. No, it wasn't. It was used to defoliate the trees. So now they're telling us that it's safe here at Rocky Flats. Do you believe the government? Look what it did to my family. My husband was gone. I had to raise my girls by myself. Yes, I did. So enough on that, but I saw too, one of the gals that spoke before me mentioned about there's lawsuits here. There's 2 lawsuits and 7 citizens groups that are fighting for the release of the 30-year-old documents of Rocky Flats. This is Rockwell International. They paid $18.5 million for things they did wrong. They pleaded guilty to 10 different things. Plutonium is still there. Dust created. This is going to go. This is going to go, folks. Things are going to go. And really quick, I want to say, I hope you vote no tomorrow for the $2 million you want to fund. I hope the tollway does not go through. And lastly, I come into Leiden Rock, I see Community of the Year 2016. Well, I'm not so sure it's Community of the Year. I think it should be rescinded. But thank you so much. This comes from my heart. I have great neighbors, and it has hit me, Agent Orange. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm sorry for your loss. Matthew Sanders, then Jeff, and then Debbie Whetstone.
Hi, I'm Matthew Sanders. I'm a resident of District 4, and I live right down the road from Janice there. And I would like to say respectfully that I am appalled and shocked by some of the actions that I've seen by this council regarding this Jefferson Tollway. Also, first, before the Jefferson Tollway, I read about sweetheart land deals, giving away prime real estate, $30, 15 years of tax breaks. That's a lot of revenue to give up. And then we're told one of the prime motivators for this Jefferson Tollway is to bring in additional revenue. Shocking, appalling. And now, you've heard from a large number of your constituents, both today and March 4th, and you should be shocked. We have presented a mountain of research to you concerning plutonium and Rocky Flats concerns, concerning increased incidence of cancer rates in the area, particularly rare cancer associated with radioactive material. You've heard of flaws in the Parkway study used to justify this road. You know that it won't complete the loop. You know that it's based on unrealistic traffic projections. You've heard emotional appeals from mothers concerned for their family. You've heard of opposition to using public funds to pay for a private venture that's clearly not economically viable. And you've heard concern for the loss of our open spaces, to be tarnished with traffic pollution, lights and noise, and fire hazards. And now from an environmental lawyer. I don't know who else you need to hear from to convince you that this is not a good idea. And now, rather than voting separately on this, or better yet, presenting a public referendum, it has now been shoehorned into another larger spending bill that's too large to fail. We have voiced our concerns, and it feels like, frankly, we are being ignored. I've seen no effort on the part of this council that would possibly justify and explain why this road is a good idea and not a gamble, which is what it appears to be. I want you to know that I will vote against any public official that continues to support the Parkway, whether directly or as part of a larger spending bill. And furthermore, if you continue this support of the Parkway, you should expect active and organized opposition to your reelection in November, certainly from the residents of Leiden Rock and Candelas and Five Parks, but also any Arvada resident that's concerned with the use of taxpayer dollars, the loss of open space, or the health hazards of digging up next to a Superfund site. I hope you've heard my concerns tonight and those of everybody else that spoke here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, Jeff.
Good evening. And I'll make a deal with you. If you call me Jeff, I will know that you're talking to me.
I apologize.
Oh, that's okay. It's something I've dealt with for many, many years. My comments tonight: in November 1972, Jefferson County voters approved a countywide sales tax for the purposes of securing, maintaining, and preserving open space. In addition, this approved resolution defined the permitted uses within the open space and also described what was prohibited as non-conforming within the space, and made those conditions not only for the current owners, but any future owners. As you know, the town purchased the Patridge property and transferred title to Jeffco. Jeffco reimbursed Arvada for the purchase with open space funds and returned the title with restrictions back to the town. In order to build the Jefferson Parkway, you needed access to the park, but you understood that the road construction was not a permitted use. So you suggested slicing and dicing that piece of property so that you could carve out a section for use for the road. It gets interesting because of the following title requirement you see displayed before you right now as it relates to the future uses of open space land. Basically what it says is if the property no longer meets the open space purpose for which it was acquired, you must define that. So to the best of my knowledge, Arvada or its agents have never issued a statement justifying why the property no longer meets the open space requirements. Indeed, such a statement would be questionable given the fact that the park remains in active use. In the absence of this required proof, I suggest that Arvada is in violation of the original agreement and therefore must return both the property and the purchase funds to the county. In order to acquire the open space, you needed the assistance of Jeffco, and so you proposed a land swap. And ultimately, you stood before the Open Space Advisory Council, who endorsed your request and made two interesting observations. The first one, the council suggested that the remaining open space would not be impacted by the Jefferson Parkway, which is kind of interesting given the fact you've got a 80-foot massive bridge that's going to run through there. So evidently that 80-foot bridge is both invisible and unconcerning. And second, the Open Space Advisory Council went on to state that the proposed land swap was not allowed under the law, but still endorsed the swap, citing shared interests of the parties, as in the politicians, not the people. The county commissioners, for reasons seemingly unrelated to the law, disregarded the will of the voters and approved the land swap. In short, it appears that this was a willful disregard for the law by both Arvada and Jeffco. And I'd suggest to you that given these facts, Arvada does not have clear title or legal use of Patridge Park. I therefore urge you to cut all the Jefferson Parkway monies included in this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Debbie Whetstone, and then Shauna Hall, and then Bonnie Graham Reed.
Hello. I didn't plan on speaking tonight, but I heard everybody speaking, and I thought I'd join everyone. I am against the Parkway for two reasons. I am a resident of Arvada for 52 years. My father lived, and my parents and my family lived off of Indiana. We were part of the lawsuit that was brought forth against Rocky Flats and Rockwell for the cancer-causing agents that were in the air and disturbed, and therefore he got cancer. 4 of his friends also got cancer that lived in the same area, and they have passed away. So I want you to be aware that this decision that you're making tonight impacts a lot of people along that area. Particles stay in the air, and with the wind coming down from the northwest, it comes across the Arvada area for at least 20 miles. So everybody within a 20-mile radius, those particles, if they're disturbed, are going into the air. I didn't know this for a fact because my dad was part of the cleanup process. I know that the 4 people that he worked with, plus some of my uncles and aunts, also worked for Rockwell and Rocky Flats. So they can say it's cleaned up, but it's not. And if we start disturbing the ground, we're going to have problems. My friend Shauna, who's going to speak next, will tell you some of the more medical issues that arise from this. Thank you.
Thank you. Shauna Hall.
Hi, Council.
Good evening.
I'm Shauna Hall. I live in North Arvada near Westminster. I am concerned because I don't even live near this thing, but that airborne toxins we can't quarantine them, okay? I think this all boils down to a matter of money or health. I choose health, and I hope you will too.
Thank you. Bonnie Graham Reed, then Steve Evans, then Eric Sween.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I urge you to vote no on this boondoggle, this $2 million extra dollars toward the boondoggle. It will increase air pollution in our city, as all highways do. Would you want more air pollution in our city? Number 2, foreign influence. There's $100 million being held in escrow by the foreign corporation that manages the Northwest Parkway. Our local government should not be influenced by foreign money. Number 3, there's a non-complete clause. Indiana will not be properly maintained, nor will Highway 93, because they will not be allowed to compete with this Jefferson Parkway. Last but most important, I'm outraged that millions of dollars of my taxpayer money, I'm both Arvada citizen and Jefferson County, have been spent towards this immoral project. If you vote for this extra $2 million towards a private tollway through contaminated land, you are committing an immoral act, because disturbing the plutonium-laden dirt along Indiana will almost certainly cause deaths. Please vote no.
Thank you. Steve Evans, then Eric Sween, then Tyler Johnson. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you. And respectfully, I appreciate the job you do for our community. I'm a Candelas resident, and have been for about 5 years now, within sight of where this highway will be going through. And the release was in my papers when I signed my house. It was there, and I signed it. But I'm here in opposition of this because the rules have changed. And that is, I'd like to ask if you've considered what might happen if there was a radiation hotspot hit and there was a release of radiation. I worked for Rockwell years ago, and I've worked in the nuclear power industry, had extensive training in radiation, but when it becomes airborne and released, it gets very difficult to contain it. And who's going to carry the liability if there is a hot spot that's hit out there? It settles into low areas and the troughs. There's still some radiation monitoring equipment out there actively now, you can see from Indiana. And what's going to happen if that's hit? Who's going to carry that liability, and what's going to happen to the displaced people that come forward after that? I'd like you to consider that. And also, without Golden and Broomfield or Boulder in on this adventure, it is truly a road to nowhere. I'm afraid that we'll become a laughing stock like what happened to Alaska with their big road to nowhere they spent up there. I urge you to consider carefully, and this road is not financially viable. I personally won't use it because, again, the other roads getting in that area will cover it. And I think you're a little premature in putting this money forward at this time until we get the other communities involved and have a bigger, longer range plan. So I ask you to please remove this from the budget if you would, or vote down if you have to vote it as a package, and reconsider this when it becomes a more viable project in the future.
Thank you, sir. Good evening.
Hi, my name's Eric Sween. And I want to urge you to vote against approving this money. Rocky Flats ran for 40 years. And what they did is they machined radioactive plutonium cores or pits. They did that for 40 years. And because it was during the Cold War, nuclear arms race, they were under tremendous amount of pressure to produce. And they were documented fires and accidents. Rocky Flats closed in 1992, and it was closed up. But Rocky Flats is actually a donut. There's the donut hole, which is a permanent Superfund site. And that's where all the buildings were. A lot of that was taken off site, but much of that was left, and as long as it was covered with 6 feet of dirt, it's unlimited plutonium. The refuge is what is the donut, and that has never been cleaned up. It's been no remediation at all. So that's important. Some people, when they think of Rocky Flats, think it's all a wildlife refuge. It's not, and the history is really important. And so that goes forward to today, and what's acceptable risk? Prevailing wind blows directly across Indiana. Plutonium that's airborne or dustborne is the most dangerous. So this project is proposing to do exactly that. And that's why 7+ schools have decided that they won't allow school trips to go out there. So I really encourage you to vote against this because people's lives, people's healths are at risk. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Tyler Johnson, then Susan Hurst, and then Shaughnessy McNeely.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Councilman. I really appreciate you taking the time to talk with all of us tonight. I share the concerns of all the citizens that have spoken previously about the Jefferson Parkway and the impact that it would have on the community. I understand that it's being driven by primarily economic development interests, but I urge you to consider balancing those interests with the interests of those who drove those 2016, 2017, and 2018 development and building revenues that were briefed earlier here today. You obviously have an obligation to all citizens. So Unfortunately, based off the way that the measure was presented for consideration here tonight, I anticipate that you will approve the additional $2 million for the Parkway. So with that in mind, I wanted to provide a couple comments with respect to the RFP process. When I spoke here about a month ago or so, I relayed the fact that, you know, as you all appreciate, you're in a competitive environment now. Now is the time where you have the ability to effectively advocate on behalf of the citizens of Arvada, and most specifically those folks that are going to be directly impacted by it, by ensuring that that RFP includes things like sound mitigation, light mitigation, et cetera. And Mr. Mayor and Councilman Jones, I appreciated your comments during the meeting and after the meeting, acknowledging the fact that that was a concern that was in the forefront of your minds. And I also noticed that the JPPHA is asking for input from citizens that might have expertise to offer with respect to the RFP. I think that's great. However, when you're in a competitive environment, it's all about how you construct that RFP process to make sure that you're not just giving lip service to those concerns, and you're actually putting forward an RFP and instilling a process that will advocate effectively for those concerns and ensure that those non-price factors, namely sound mitigation, light mitigation, et cetera, are appropriately weighted in the evaluation process. They can't just be things that are nice to haves. They have to be things that are must-haves if you do go forward with this project. So I would encourage you to carefully consider the comments of others in the community here this evening about whether or not to go forward with the project at all. But in the event that you do, please carefully consider their comments as you work with the JPPHA to work through the RFP process. As I mentioned last month, and I know many others have reiterated, if you do go forward with it, you will be in a competitive environment now. And as someone who works in a sole source environment in his professional occupation supporting the federal government, once you are linked to a specific vendor, your life gets an awful lot more difficult. So please advocate for those concerns as been mentioned here tonight as you go forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Susan Hurst, then Shaughnessy McNeely, then Brianna Titone.
Hi, I'm Susan Ellefson Hurst. My family moved out here from Sioux Falls, South Dakota in 1961. I went to Fitzmaurice. I went to our Oberon Junior High School. I was the first 8th grade class out there. So I've spent a lot of time out here. And my dad worked for Senator Armstrong for 24 years when they had when the Armstrong family owned KOSI. So I understand a lot of politics. I understand what's going on. And my sister and I started our own nonprofit because I discovered when my construction company was involved in, well, they asked us if we would do construction out at Rocky Flats, re-roofing their buildings in the plutonium compound without benefit of any kind of protection for our crew. And when I asked them if it was okay to bring our equipment back at night, oh yeah, it's fine. We declined the job. And I'm going to tell you why. Because they would not put in the contract to take the roof tear off from a contaminated roof, which the FBI discovered it was very hot, to the county landfill. Now, I've talked about this many, many, many times, and not yet have they done any looking or moved any rocks to see how hot our dump is. How hot is it out there? We don't know. In 1969, I was a senior in high school, and we used to go out to Leyden Lake and have woodsies, you know, like kids do when they're in high school. Unfortunately, this was the time they had a big fire out at Rocky Flats. I was living in South Lake Tahoe at the time, and almost 9 months to the day, my daughter was born with parts of her brain missing. The doctors had never, ever seen anything like that. I didn't find out until I met Harvey Wasserman, who did a story on 3 Mile Island, where there were 2 babies that were born similarly to my daughter that had brains born with their outside of their head. This is not normal. I was swimming in Leyden Lake, and that was way before there was any kind of construction out there. I have something that I'll give whoever I'm supposed to give information to, part of the Church McKay lawsuit, where the state said they don't necessarily agree with the applicability of a standard for plutonium in the soil. We don't have one for americium, which is plentiful, let me tell you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
I'm so sorry that I can't finish telling you what I wanted to. I shouldn't have told my story about my daughter, but you know what? It's not normal and it's not okay. Don't approve that, because you guys will prove you're for sale at any price. Who gets this? Please read the information, don't just rubber stamp it.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council.
Yes.
My name's Shaughnessy McNeely. I approach you tonight as a long-time resident of Arvada, also as a business owner and a nonprofit director here in Arvada. So I'm kind of in a club that I didn't want to be in. I've called Arvada home for a lot of years, but I moved away for a few years and moved back when my dad, at 54 years old, was diagnosed with a very rare cancer. It's called cardiac angiosarcoma. It started in his heart. I'm a nurse, and I had never heard that cancer could start in the heart. So I moved back from Florida. I'm single. It was easy for me to move back in with my parents and help take care of my dad. They gave him 7 weeks to live when he was diagnosed. He was a college football coach at CU and very active and healthy, and all of a sudden they gave him 7 weeks to live. The doctor said that they didn't know what caused this cancer. My parents lived in 5 Parks at the time, and they had lived in that area for about 11 years. And they said they didn't know what caused that cancer, but they said that it was possible it was in his body for about 3 weeks. It was already stage 4 and in 9 places in his body, so it was like a wildfire. A few weeks later, we realized a little boy in the same subdivision of 5 Parks had the exact same cancer. That is statistically not possible. The doctor at CU told my parents to move immediately, and they did. And then we started realizing as we were moving that everyone in the neighborhood was sick. I have a master's degree in public health, and I was just shocked at just looking around and seeing in my own study in my head to see all these people that seemed to be very sick in the neighborhood. I grew very concerned at the time. I'm also very concerned because the nonprofit I work with here based in Old Town, we have 100 volunteers, and about 95% of them live downwind of Rocky Flats. And so I'm very concerned. I come to Arvada 5 to 6 days a week to work, and I'm just very concerned as a nurse for what happens if we start digging in this dirt and it's airborne. As I said, I'm in a group that I didn't want to be in, all of a sudden losing a loved one and now having to talk about a very sensitive issue that's also sensitive to my business and to the nonprofit. And so I just urge you, I really want Arvada to develop because, as I said, I'm a business owner here, and I love to see Arvada develop, but I don't want it to develop at the cost of citizens here. And I just think we need more time. The preliminary health survey showed that there was a higher rate of cancer, rare cancer in this area, and I just think we need more time to do more health studies to see if there is a danger in the area, like what a lot of the studies have shown in the past. And so I just urge you to vote no on this money right now to go to the Parkway for the sake of our citizens of Arvada and their health. Thank you.
Thank you. Brianna Titone, then Mike Fabrizio, and Nancy Murray.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. Thank you for your service to Arvada. My name is Representative Brianna Titone of House District 27. And you know, when I moved to Arvada in 2008, people told me about the Parkway, and I was like, really? Parkway? Oh yeah, it's been planned since the 60s, and still hadn't been even broken ground yet in 2008. I figured probably would never happen, at least in my lifetime. Boy, it's taken that long already to go nowhere. So I was a little surprised when the wheels started turning here, and looking at the plan, I saw some things that I was questioning a little bit. I read the economic development report, and one thing I would say is, what about the economic disadvantage we're going to have when all the traffic dumps out on 93? Have you driven on 93? You know the bottleneck on 64th? Are we going to fix that first? The traffic's just going to back up over there. Then we have the problem of the road not connecting to the other parts of the loop. And we hope that it might. I don't know, I'm not much of a gambler on hope and might. I'd like to see a real plan before we start on this road to see it actually connect and actually have a plan for that. Because I think this is just a plan to put in a road that not a lot of people are going to use. I mean, I put in do not use tolls on my GPS because I don't like using toll roads. That toll road is not going to help me because if I go to Boulder, it's not going to help me. If I go to Broomfield, I have to pay, what, $6 to go to Broomfield? I could just take Indiana or some other road. I don't really see any benefit here. And I see an economic disadvantage in all the traffic that it's going to pour in. Now, you've got a hospital plan there. I think that's great. But who is going to have the advantage of that to get to the hospital? All the people that live south of Arvada like I do? I'm not going to take the toll road to get there. I have to go north to get to the hospital. All of the people that live to the south of the hospital aren't going to use that. It's not going to help anybody get there. It's going to dump everyone out onto all the secondary roads, and it's going to create more traffic that we already can't sustain and support. So I would like to see a study done for multimodal transportation. Maybe we can even link up a light rail that goes all the way to Broomfield to link up to that rail that's up there. I know rail's expensive, but this road's really expensive too, and we need to think of the future, not a road that was conceived in 1968. I don't think we're really thinking forward. We're thinking on a project that we're just holding on to, and we need to let it go. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Mike Fabrizio, and then Nancy Murray.
There's been a lot of discussion about this highway, and I want to know why. Whether you call it Northwest Parkway, Jefferson Parkway, North 470, West 470. I remember distinctly this highway being put on the November ballot and being defeated. So why are we building it? I could only think there are some politicians who think they know more than their constituents, which seems to be kind of a fever we have in Colorado right now. But, you know, the people didn't want it way back then, so why are we talking about it now? As far as contamination, I can remember when Apex Park and Rec, way back when they were North Jeffco Park and Rec, wanting to build some ball fields in the Five Parks area, they were required to do an environmental study first. So you can't tell me that there isn't any pollution out there. The people buying homes out there, or when they sign their contract, there is a health clause in there they have to sign off on. I've been told this by realtors who've done business out there. I had an uncle who worked as a security guard out there way back when it was Dow Chemical. He retired from there. He was dead a year later from a brain tumor developed from working out there. So, you know, the people don't want it. It's the way it's laid out is silly. The people that live out there, it's not going to help them if it's a toll road. If you want to help the people out there, align it more on Highway 128 and Highway 93 and make it free. Not a toll road, make it a free road. That would help the people and businesses that want to be out that way. Or what you can also do is for the neighborhoods coming up out there, go look at Highlands Ranch and see how they're laid out. People get to and from where they're going quite easily because of the way they laid it out. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Nancy Murray. Okay, thank you. Okay, that completes the sign-up sheets. Thank you all for your testimony, your input. Did you, well, why didn't you sign up? Because you wanted to go last.
I really wasn't planning to speak. There's just a couple of things that nobody covered.
Please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And City Council, very quickly, a couple of things that I haven't heard anyone else talk about. When you're getting ready to build a highway, you're going to have to dig a lot deeper than you ever dug for building houses or walking paths. And what happened when they realized they were running out of money in the Superfund is that instead of taking the contamination out, they brought in a whole bunch of topsoil and they built a great big giant machine, piece of equipment, that tamped that all down. It tamped the topsoil down on top of the contaminated soil. And the reason I know this is because my husband helped build the machine. And the problem with that is that plutonium-239, which is what is used to make weapons triggers, has a half-life of 24,110 years. I don't think it's quite time yet to start messing with that dirt. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Kreitzer. Okay, that concludes the public comment portion. I'll open it up for City Council question or action, or if anybody needs a break, we can certainly take one. Quick break? Okay, we'll reconvene shortly. Okay, we're ready to reconvene. Thank you all for your patience. Thanks for letting us have a comfort break. I've got two more names to be read into the record. Judy Newton and Brian Newton are both against the issue, do not wish to speak, so I will add them to the record. At this time, we'll open it up for City Council questions or action, but I think we have a preliminary motion that we want to address.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would like to move that the consideration for the additional funding for the Parkway be considered and voted on separately this evening.
Okay, we don't need applause, we don't need boos, we'll just conduct our business. Thank you. That passes 6-0. Okay, let's open it up for City Council questions. First of all, on the funding request for items exclusive of the additional Parkway funding. So, questions, Mr. Jones, you can lead us off.
So there was a couple of comments, I'll look to Mr. Knight, regarding the traffic study. I know that you might have been caught off guard when that question came up, but maybe can you elaborate on what the traffic study is for and why we have the additional funding in there to answer Ms. Ford's question?
Actually, Mr. Archer and I conferred on it, and it isn't really a traffic study. The traffic study I was referring to is one for a future budget. The $150,000 is to update our city standards. We're currently updating our transportation standards in our city standards, and we think that this would go hand in hand with the land use code to have everything kind of bound into one time frame to where they all work together and make sure that that happens.
So when you say city standards, you're talking about city street
Yes.
widths and curb and gutter and why we do what
Storm
where?
sewer,
Okay.
water lines, sanitary sewer.
So is it mischaracterized as a traffic study, or is that really a traffic study?
It's mischaracterized as a traffic study.
Okay, so that helps. I
It's an
think.
update to our standards.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Marriott?
Thank you, Your Honor. I would, if the rest of the council is okay with it, I'd make a motion for the first items of this ordinance, withholding the Rocky Flats, or excuse me, the Jefferson Parkway portion of that. If anybody okay with that? Okay. So I'm going to move that Council Bill 19-012, an ordinance authorizing an additional appropriation for fiscal year 2019, with the exception of the $2 million for the Jefferson Parkway, be approved on final reading numbered 4683 and ordered published by title only. And I'd like to make a couple of comments about that, or this part of it. I think this is a little bit of we do this one-time ordinance every year for our budget, and I think it's important that we note how we use this and how important it is for us to be able to get some one-time projects done with this money, and the fact that this money exists at all is a tribute to the conservative way in which we budget both for income as well as for expenditures. And so I think it's important that when we do have these one-time funds, that they're put forward to truly one-time items and not just for programmatic things and get where we count on them every year, because as we saw in our presentation earlier, they may not exist every year. And so with all of the items in here for this year, I think all of them are warranted. It's a little bit unusual because of the great amount of it, because of the bond funds for both 72nd and Ralston Road. But as I have in past years, I will be voting yes on this motion to expend these carryover funds.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
I'd like to make a comment for the motion as well. First and foremost, I want to thank my counterpart here, Dot Miller, and pushing us to add to the Human Services funds. Every year it's been, for me, it's been a challenge to raise, and this year we get to add another $75,000, which will go a long way to the nonprofits within our community that service those in need, from children to elderly, for food scarcity issues to other human services. So thank you, staff, for keeping that consideration in your forethought when you looked at the one-time opportunities, and thank you, Dot, for continuing to push for those betterments of our community.
Ms. Ford.
And I just want to thank the team for their work on finding the money for the Lake Arbor Community Station. I know that my constituents in District 1 are going to be very happy to have that needed parking lot for the amazing amount of traffic because they all love to use the police station there on Vance. So I appreciate that.
Great. So I need votes from Ms. Ford and Mr. Jones. Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to be supporting the motion as well, and I'm glad that we are voting on this separately. I don't want anyone to think that our next vote, up or down, would been influenced by any council member thinking that they had to vote for the second issue, or we would lose these good projects that are part of the one-time funding. So with that, all folks have voted, and that passes 6-0, Mr. McGough being absent. So now, are we then considering the $2 million item as part of the same ordinance, but we've sort of bifurcated it, is sort of the way, is that how you would view it?
That's correct, Your Honor. We can go back through later and do the cleanup in terms of how those are articulated on the record, but council rules do allow you to divide a question and consider two items separately.
Very good. Thank you. Okay, I'll open it up for City Council questions or action on this item. Mr. Jones, you can lead off.
Thank you. Well, first of all, thank you for all of you who have been here for a long night and what yet may be an even longer night. Because I think it is a very important conversation. And I tried to take good notes. I probably didn't take perfect notes. But I have a list of things, and I'll use dots if I need to. But I have a list of things that I'd like to have clarified. Some of the questions that were posed to us tonight. And Mr. Bill Ray, who is the Executive Director for the Jefferson Parkway, is here tonight. And so, Mr. Ray, if you could come up to the podium, if you don't mind, may I interrogate you?
Opportunity.
I'm not going to interrogate you. So there were, started off with some questions with regards to the RFP and why we would pay the losers in this process. Can you speak to that?
Certainly. The process that we have undertaken, and let me, if I can just be reflective for a minute, is that the need for the Jefferson Parkway is really rooted in a CDOT EIS process that took place between the years 2003 and 2008. And in that process, there were 73 different alternatives that were analyzed in asking the question, what is the best way to ultimately connect the terminus of the Northwest Parkway to the terminus of C-470 in Golden? That was a process that was undertaken between the years 2003 and 2008. And in that period, there was some $15 million that was done in analysis. The result of that was a proposal, a preferred alternative that involved the improvements to existing roads, specifically Interlochen and State Highways 93 and US 6, as well as the construction of about 10 miles of greenfield. At that point, CDOT did not have the money to see that they could complete all of that at once. And therefore, they released the draft RFP with an invitation to those to take up what they can or what they chose to do. That is the reason for the Jefferson Parkway Public Highway Authority, is to take on the more modest goal of completing the last unbuilt portion of the Denver Metro Beltway. And I will speak to the other parts of that later, but more to your question, there was no money available, and therefore the authority early on struck with the idea of having a public road, and this road will be owned by the authority, although it would be privately financed. We're at a point where there is interest, a significant interest, in the private sector who, based on their own analysis, believes that this is a road that will serve the public and will do so in a way that will allow them to make a return on their investment while providing that public service through a toll road. The RFP process that we are proposing to undertake will involve each private consortium of the three that the authority has shortlisted to expend somewhere between $6 and $8 million apiece just to make their response to the RFP. There will be a lot of thought. There will be a lot of innovation. There will be a lot of creativity that each one of those proposers will bring to the table. What the authority, who may pay up to $2 million, depending on whether they get competitive proposals that are accepted in a timely way, is that it allows us to own the intellectual property and the rights and ideas from those who were not selected, to be able to incorporate those to make sure that we have absolutely the best, most cost-efficient, most innovative construction process, maintenance process, and operations process that we get from the use of the private sector. So that's a long answer to a short question, is that what we are buying for a stipend is it'll be a fraction of what each one of these consortiums will expend is the right to their ideas.
So we're not paying them to bid on the process.
No.
We're paying them for the right to use that information or that RFP, that work product as our own.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, with regards to the RFP, there have been several who have said, not as many tonight, but in other public comments sessions, people have said that there are things that have been or not included in the RFP. I have not seen, as a member of JPPHA, I have not seen the RFP yet. How is it possible that...
There's a reason for that, is because it is not yet written.
Okay, because I just find it hard to believe that people know what's in it or not in it.
So I can tell you that it is approaching its initial form, but I spent the entirety of 2 days last week in a room with a dozen people that are literally trying to write the various parts and portions of this, which include instructions to instructions to proposers, that include the technical specifications and the actual form of the concession agreement itself. As I stand here today, those documents are not ready because they're not finished.
So a gentleman spoke with regard to the RFP and his professional background in asking us to ensure that if this were to move forward, that we ensure that the mitigations are included. The sound, the light, the safety. Are those mitigations going to be included in the RFP?
The short answer is yes. The authority board was very clear in their direction, is that those specific concerns that have been identified in the Lighten Rock area will be used as not only an evaluation criteria, but actually will be used as a differentiator in how to best, that the greatest weight will be given to those who provide the most complete mitigation.
So in the scoring process, if I'm a proposer and I put forth some creative, high-tech way to create those mitigations, I'm going to score higher.
Than your competitors?
Than my competitor,
you do a better job.
Okay, so that is part of the scoring process, is the creativity and including the light, sound, safety in those mitigation efforts.
That is correct.
Okay, perfect. With regards to the connection with the Northwest Parkway and C-470, some have said that the Jefferson Parkway Public Highway Authority has not told all of the truth and have deceived the public by saying that we're completing the Beltway. Can you speak to that?
Certainly. As I had said in my opening remarks, is that the mission of the Parkway is in fact to complete the last unbuilt portion of the Parkway.
So when you say unbuilt portion,
yes,
please expound.
Yes, please. So as I had alluded to, in the CDOT EIS process that concluded 10 years ago, they concluded that they did not have the sufficient money to do all the 20-mile reach of improvements and new construction at once. The Parkway was created for the purpose of looking at that last unbuilt portion. CDOT in 2016 undertook a separate process that has been alluded to this evening called the West Connect process. That was CDOT initiated, and that involved virtually all the local governments in the western metro area. By design, because CDOT was separately reviewing the completeness of the Jefferson Parkway under the requirements that CDOT has for connections to existing highways, called the 1601 process, they had already felt that CDOT had or was going to be able to look at the analysis that would talk about the impacts of the state highway system, et cetera. So it was a deliberate decision by CDOT and the participating governments that included Boulder County, Jefferson County, Arvada, Lakewood, Westminster, Broomfield, Superior, to look at other issues in the existing roadway network as a preliminary environmental linkage study that was going to provide analysis and priorities so that when funding became available, it was already clear as to what the consensus was as to where those additional funds would be spent. CDOT still has a major problem in maintaining its existing roadway system throughout Colorado. It falls $1 billion farther behind every year simply to maintain what it has today, let alone add any capacity. You'll note that any capacity improvement that's being done is being done through managed lanes so that the users are in fact helping to pay for the improvement. That's no different in concept than the prospect of a toll road for this particular gap in the Metro Beltway system today. The other half that you asked about is on the north side on Interlochen. The jurisdiction of the Jefferson Parkway stops at State Highway 128 going north. The jurisdiction of the Northwest Parkway stops at 128 in their world going south. It is of interest that the investors of the Northwest Parkway are one of the three finalists for this proposal process. Clearly, the investors who actually bought out the original concessionaire, Brisa, about 2 years ago, paying not only the $512 million that was in the process of being repaid by Brisa, but also paid a very handsome premium on top of that and are very interested and have qualified as one of the three finalists. Clearly, they believe that there is value to this proposition. Clearly, they believe that their investment is going to make a difference. And in the evaluation process, as I recall, they literally scored first place, although second place and third were less than 0.6 of 1 point apart. It's a very competitive process. As Don Hunt, the ex-CDOT director who is serving as the strategic advisor for the Parkway today, had indicated that if there had been 5 responses to a request for qualifications received by CDOT, they would be thrilled with the market interest. This project had 5 qualified responses that they received last December. Clearly there is market interest in this. Clearly there is a belief that this will be a successful venture and that there are people vying for the opportunity to do so.
So with that, there was a comment made tonight that there's a non-compete clause for Indiana and Highway 93.
There is not. Nor will there be.
Okay. And I don't know how that's believed to, or the perception that that's there. Are there precedents set in other projects where that's the case?
It is, nationally, there have been instances of doing that, although I'm not aware of any recently. There is a clause in the concession agreement of the Northwest Parkway that under certain circumstances, if there are other roads that are built, local roads, and that if the operator of the Northwest Parkway believes that that is impinging upon their revenue collection, they have the opportunity to make their case in front of the Northwest Parkway Authority Board, who may or may not agree with that assertion. And that's as close to a no-compete clause as I know of that exists today.
Okay. And so is it your intent as the executive director of the Parkway to include some sort of a non-compete for those local roads, or?
I have specifically directed the drafters of these documents to ensure that there is no non-compete clause that is part of that process.
And so there, obviously there are, Highway 93 is a state highway, and
correct.
Hopefully Representative Tatone will take back to the State House the needed funds for Highway 93 and other transportation projects. But Indiana is, parts of it is the state, parts of it is the city of Arvada, and parts of it is Jefferson County.
Correct.
And so is there any right or authority that the Parkway Authority has over any part of Indiana?
No.
And because others have said that that is the case, that, the Parkway would then change the speed limit or do things that would cause traffic to be different on Highway 93. I'm sorry, on Indiana.
The Jefferson Parkway has no jurisdiction over Indiana Street. It is true that at the north end of the interchange, where Indiana will, where the Parkway will go eastbound, north of Great Western Reservoir, is that the preliminary proposal is a 3/4 interchange that would have a traffic circle to allow local traffic to move through that intersection without the need for stopping or stop lights, as well as allowing a 3/4 movement that will allow local traffic to either get onto the Parkway or to exit it.
And is that the best traffic design for that area? Or is that based on the 1% design that's done today?
Well, it's a 10% design, and that's probably the most efficient way. I would defer to the Public Works Director if there are better alternatives, but it's the same one that the city of Arvada used in front of Ralston Valley High School, and for the same reasons, is that having traffic lights will back up traffic, whereas traffic circles will allow for continuous movement.
Okay, thank you. It was commented tonight that the city of Arvada has violated the open space rules with Patrick's Park.
That would be news to me. I would just simply refer you to your Parks Director, Mr. Gordon Rusink, who oversaw that process, which is in full compliance with the ability to release portions of open space and to substitute others, which the city of Arvada did.
So for the release of that portion of Patrick's Park, there was another section of Arvada that was then deemed open space? How does that work?
No, correct.
Okay. Mr. Devon, any comments on that? I know Gordon, Mr. Rustick's not here tonight, but any other color you could add on that?
Well, what I would add, Councilmember Jones, is that when we accept open space from Jefferson County, we comply fully with their conditions, and the issue is a reversionary interest, and when we have to give up open space for an easement, for drainage, or something along those lines, then as Mr. Ray indicates, we substitute at some other location or at some other open space area. And that happens from time to time. As an example, sometimes we have to make traffic improvements. Well, in fact, today we had the Elkhire drainage at Leyden Creek, and we needed to take some of that open space in order to put in a flood control improvement that was required to improve flood control in that region, where we did experience some problems back in 2013. So we complied with the reversionary clause with Jefferson County Open Space by providing some additional open space at another location in order to take that open space away to put in a flood control project.
Thank you. So, Mayor, am I okay?
Yes, you're fine.
Okay. I don't want to take any other members' time. You spoke to the competitive environment for the RFP. When you say that, we received 5, you've narrowed it down to 3, and it's been asserted that, CDOT would clamor at the opportunity to have 5 respond to an RFP or an RFQ. What does that competitive landscape really look like, and how did the authority narrow down to the 3 that are responding or that will respond to the RFP once it's released?
So the RFQ that was released last September, seeking qualified teams to be able to propose for the financing, design, construction, operations, and maintenance of the Jefferson Parkway. It was released in September, and those responses were received the first week in December. There was an extremely rigorous three-part process that was analyzed by 3 different teams, one of which was a technical analysis of the design and engineering personnel that had been brought together. And we actually involved people from outside of the procurement team that were familiar with such projects, other local and state agencies that volunteered their time and their personnel to assist in that analysis. Part of that analysis was done by our financial consultants to assure and assess of the viability of the equity partners that were being proposed, the debt partners that they were proposing to contract with, their assets, their financial strength, their liquidity, their ability to prosecute the project based on their experience in doing similar projects. There was a third component that was simply understanding of the project. And what we are really looking for in there is to see what analysis and what understanding that each one of these teams had brought to the process. And so at the end of all that, it was literally after a week that each 3 of those teams came together, provided their independent analysis of their portion, and then put the composite together to identify who the 3 shortlisted teams would be that would be recommended to the authority. As I said, based on a 100-point scale, the top 3 were less than 0.6 of 1 point apart. There was a considerable break to the 4th and 5th, but I think about 5 points and 3 points after that. So it was, it was an extremely exhaustive process that I think has put together 3 finalists that are quite eager to begin the RFP process and understand fully what the expectations are out of them, leading to a successful procurement.
Is there any reason why those 3 who who will be responding to the RFP, are they aware of all of the issues around this project as it relates to Rocky Flats and so on and so forth?
They are.
Okay. So one of the questions that was asked, about Rocky Flats and mitigation is what happens if something is released into the air?
Sure.
What does that mitigation look like?
There's a 3-part answer to that. And regardless of what the CDPHE findings are, and again, as everyone knows, is that it is for unlimited use. And that has been reconfirmed in a conversation I had with their hazardous materials section last December, is that from their perspective, they, as the responsible state agency for permitting this, do not intend to require a permit. They stand by their conclusion and their findings that were originally issued in 2007 and are reconfirmed every 5 years after that. There's a piece that, if I may, that I've not heard talked about here, and that's really the role of the Rocky Flats Coalition of Local Governments and its successor organization, the Rocky Flats Stewardship Council. I know that Mr. McGough is the City of Arvada's representative, and I'm sure he can speak to what his role in that group is far better than I. But I would note that the whole reason why RFCLOG, the Rocky Flats Coalition of Local Governments, came into being was that there was concern among elected officials in all the local governments that surround Rocky Flats as to the status, the quality, and the ultimate efficacy of the cleanup that took place in the central operating unit, as well as an understanding of the background for those lands that would become and became the National Wildlife Refuge. It is fair to say that every one of those elected officials took their basic charge of work of preservation of the public health, safety, and welfare seriously, that they were in constant conversation and discussion and understanding and review and evaluation of every stage of the cleanup. And I would note that at the end of that every member of the Rocky Flats Coalition of Local Governments, Boulder County, the City of Boulder, the Town of Superior, Broomfield, Westminster, Arvada, and Jefferson County all unanimously concurred with the finding of unlimited use. This was not a decision that was made in a vacuum. This was made with the full involvement of elected officials from all those local governments, and one that has stood the test of time. To my knowledge, is that that is still a unanimous finding in the successor organization of the Stewardship Council today.
With regards to baseline testing, soil testing, I know that some have spoke to the fact that it's only been done in a few spots.
Certainly.
What's the position of the authority in creating a new baseline for the section that
Certainly.
where the parkway could go?
As council, and I'm sure many members in the audience know, is that there is an active process for the Rocky Mountain Greenway that will go through the bounds of the Rocky Flats National Wildlife Refuge, and that there has been considerable debate on this very question about soils testing. And so to that end is that the Greenway Coalition, and again, it's led by a federal agency with participation of the various local governments surrounding, is that there's been a very thorough debate and analysis about the proper protocols for soils testing, which the Jefferson Parkway proposes to utilize in exactly that way. And from a conversation I had today, it will be a test, I believe, on every third of an acre throughout the entirety of the right-of-way along Rocky Flats today. So this is the exact sampling regime that the Greenway is going to use for its purposes. We will also utilize to establish a baseline of what current conditions are prior to a spade of dirt being turned.
And as far as the standards that were set to get to the baseline,
Mm-hmm.
who was involved in establishing what those standards
Sorry.
are?
I'm not talking about, it's just to map what actual conditions are today.
Okay.
Not in terms of going to a standard. CDPHE has established that an actionable level for remediation, as I recall, and I am not a soil scientist, but as I recall, was at least 50 picocuries per cubic gram. I believe that's true. And as I recall from many studies that I have read over time in that particular portion that have been tested over the years for soil samples, for water samples, for lots of different tests that have taken place over a lot of different times, is that most of the testing that took place in that portion, the far eastern portion of Rocky Flats, stood at somewhere between 1 picocurie and 3 picocuries. I believe there was one sample one time of 8.8 picocuries. Again, that's against an actionable level of 50.
So once that baseline is established, is there any reason why the Parkway Authority wouldn't require additional testing through the construction phase? And what would that look like?
The part of the instructions to proposers and the technical specifications will require that there be continuous dust sampling, specifically testing for radiological components, that there will be an actionable level of a 10 picocuries if the event that is ever found, and that, interestingly, the only agency that is authorized to respond for direct remediation is because of a federal law known as CERCLA, where the United States government has reserved to itself the onus, responsibility, and liability for radioactivity in the United States of America. So it would be an EPA response team that would be required to show up in the event of any remediation. We are in the process of working out a specific communications plan, both with CDPHE and EPA, as well as a communications plan to the public. We intend to make those monitoring samples available at least on a daily basis. We're trying to see if we can make that real time or not. We want to make sure is that the public has full access to understanding what conditions are and what those reports are showing.
In the city of Arvada, when we're doing a road construction project, are there dust controls that
There are.
we abide by from the city's standards?
There are.
And will the parkway be required to abide by those same standards?
They will be required in each jurisdiction that they work through, and there will be 3, Broomfield, unincorporated Jefferson County, and Arvada, is that there will be full compliance with each jurisdiction's construction standards.
Okay.
That would include dust control, stormwater monitoring, noise during construction hours, et cetera, et cetera.
So this, I'm going to ask a question that didn't come up tonight, but is it possible that we'll find contaminated ground soil at the railroad tracks?
No.
It's not no, I'm not saying radiological contaminated soil, but other chemicals.
Oh, the answer to that is probably.
And what will the mitigation efforts be there?
So again, we are working with the Water Quality Division of CDPHE for what the permitting is. As council is no doubt aware, in that strip of land that sits between the Union Pacific Railroad and State Highway 72 in unincorporated Jefferson County, there have been a number of heavy industrial uses that have taken place over time. It is well documented that some of that groundwater has in fact been contaminated. And there is actually a testing log that I believe is available on the JPPHA website that documents, at least up to 2011, what those monitoring wells that were located on the north portion of Highway 72 in that vicinity have been logging.
So follow the same procedures and protocols if in
Correct.
fact there's contaminated groundwater
Correct.
at the railroad tracks.
Now, that is something we also discussed with CDPHE last December, and yes, they will require permitting for that.
Okay. As it relates to regional traffic, and where, traffic does or doesn't go, what is the regional traffic question that the Parkway is hoping to solve?
Well, we're ultimately hoping to take regional traffic that is moving and using local streets and put them on a regional facility.
So a local street?
Indiana Street is
Indiana,
a local
Kipling,
street.
Wadsworth.
Correct.
McIntyre. Do we have any idea what the traffic volume is on Wadsworth? And
I remember years ago, it was something north of 60,000 vehicles a day.
Looks like we've got an answer.
Yeah, about 80,000 cars a day, for example, at Wadsworth and West 52nd Avenue.
So down by Costco?
Yeah.
Okay. But we don't know where those cars jump off as they go up. We may have an idea where they jump off, but as far as how far north they go to 128.
Anecdotally, I can tell you that in a study that was under my watch as the Public Works Director here, that approximately 47% of the people that were on Wadsworth were from outside of Arvada. And we based that on accident reports, traffic tickets, just accidents that took place where we could glean people's residence and had tracking. It was about 50-50 between local people and non-local people using Wadsworth. Again, that was some years ago.
So I've got a question now about Dr. Cog. So, Mr. Pfeiffer, and or Mr. Ray, so Dr. Cog, the Denver Council of Regional Governments, how is Dr. Cog looking at the Northwest Parkway? Well, and for those of you that, Mr. Pfeiffer is the chairman of Dr. Cog.
Well, since 2010, I think it was in the long-range plan and approved by the board as a required regional parkway or highway to alleviate regional traffic. To the same point he's saying, is a lot of the traffic that was in the area going from Broomfield to Golden, Broomfield to Denver West, vice versa, using McIntyre Ward Road. You're a offender of that, living there and working there. And Indiana. Highway 93, and I think everyone knows how Highway 93, but the idea is to get the congestion off of arterial roads. And so in 2010, the board took an action to put that on the long-range plan.
If I might amplify, Mr. Pfeiffer, there are two versions, I believe, that DRCOG has. One is called the Regional Transportation Plan, or sometimes referred to as the unconstrained, i.e. there's not a fiscal component. And the first transportation plan that DRCOG adopted in 1987 showed the Jefferson Parkway, or what is now called the Jefferson Parkway, as part of that. What you referred to in 2010 is true, is that the Parkway moved to the fiscally constrained plan, which is normally done for projects that are seeking federal funding. This project is not, but what did have to happen as a result of that was to show that the Parkway would conform with both regional and air-state quality standards for what was then the 2035 plan, which it did, and it has been included since then. So it was in part to show conformance with regional and state air quality.
And I'd like to add one other thing. In light of that long-range plan, the other thing that DRCOG identified in Candelas is a town, what they call the town center, where multimodal and mass transit is supposed to be out there. But that was all contingent on the fact that there is some sort of higher speed, expressway or tollway to be in place for a town center to be thought of. And that's how we get grant money from the feds through DRCOG to invest into transportation in that area. So it has to be considered a town center, and it's still listed as one. And it's actually, I think it's the only one in the whole 7-county region that technically has no buses, no train, and no freeway. And it's yet considered a town. Like Old Town is considered a town center. It has a train, has a highway next to it. But Candelas still has one. Yeah. But now we can see a train. But yeah, Candelas is actually still listed as one, and that does qualify us for some
So again, we may need Representative Tatone to help us with that multimodal transportation corridor in that Candelas area.
If I may just interject, the part of the instructions to proposers will be is that their design for the Jefferson Parkway will be such so that it will not preclude mass transit in the future. It is also a requirement that there be at least a final design for a for a trail system that is also consistent and works with adopted trails plans for the 3 jurisdictions. So there will be both a trail system that will be designed, at least, and provisions to make sure that whatever design is made does not preclude transit in the future as part of the original design for the Jefferson Parkway.
Mr. Jones, may I ask a little bit more about that? Does that include dedicated right-of-way for a rail system one day when you say transit like that?
There's nothing dedicated. The form of transit, it may be bus rapid transit, it may be rail, it may be maglev, it's just that the contractor is not going to design for it, but their design will be in such a way as to make sure that it can be included in the future.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jones.
So I know that the neighbors of the Parkway have been working with the Parkway Authority specifically around mitigation efforts.
Yes.
Of the mitigations that have been proposed by the neighbors of the Parkway, how are those conversations going, and how are we taking the feedback from the community and those mitigation efforts to ensure that those who are proposing are meeting the needs of the community?
Sure. Well, I continue to work with both Brent Vernon and Ian Owens, who were both members of the former Jefferson Parkway Advisory Committee. And as was made mention, is that the Parkway Authority has authorized and is committed to citizen participation on an ongoing basis. And so there are applications currently on the website for what is being billed as the local working group that is seeking the involvement of citizens, in all 3 jurisdictions, to be able to work with contractors, work with designers, to make sure that there is a forum so that their concerns can be heard, and that in turn is that as decisions are made, is that they can be communicators to their communities as a result of that. We look at that as being an ongoing and structural method for ensuring that there's continued citizen participation throughout the process. as to this is that we continue to have dialogue. I think that we're at a great point where the discussions about design and mitigation are meaningful to all parties. That of necessity, that there are choices to be made within the community about the extent of mitigation versus view sheds, versus trail system, versus additions that we can make to the required safety that is already going to be in place in the design of the parkway. There have been community meetings. I fully expect there will be future community meetings as we try to work for a way where we can find that there is going to be the best benefit for the most people.
Thank you. So I'll yield to other questions with the right to ask more.
You bet. Does anybody else have any other questions? Mr. Jones, you've done a great job of asking, I think, very relevant questions. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yeah, you did. Good job. I scratched a bunch out, so thank you, Mr. Jones. So, and I might have missed this, so maybe if you can just clarify. When you were talking about the local working group just a minute ago, does that local working group have any participation in the RFP process or evaluation process? Or will
their comments, just as the neighbors of the Parkway, are being incorporated as we further refine the RFP process. I guess it's important to say that while the initial RFP is being drafted literally as we speak, and I expect that it will be ready for authority board action in the near future, hopefully in this month of April, that it is not the final product. We expect that once the RFP is released, as we continue to have conversations with Light and Rock, as the proposers have an opportunity to read, as there will be continued opportunities for refinement to make sure that we are clear where we need to be clear, where if we have written in inadvertent contradictory statements, that we get those straightened out, that as people ask more and more technical questions and we get down to finer level of details, is that we're able to incorporate that through a series of addenda that unquestionably will be issued in the course of this RFP process. As I had alluded to, I expect the RFP to be finalized and ready pending the authority board's approval this month. I expect that the RFP responses will be probably in early to mid-December. So there's a considerable time where there will be 2 or 3 or 4 sessions to have continued conversation and input, and to make sure that as documents need to be refined or amended, that is what happens. So again, that's a short answer, or a long answer to a short question.
I'm not sure I heard it.
You're always good at that, Mr. Ray.
Yeah, but I'm not sure I heard what I wanted to hear. Is there any citizen involvement with that process?
Yes.
Okay, so there is.
Yes, absolutely.
And then is there citizen involvement with the evaluation of the responses of the RFP? Because you got to go through an evaluation process. Is there any citizens that can participate in that review and scoring process?
That has not yet been determined.
So maybe that could be something to consider.
As I said, the document is not finished
yet. To get more involvement there, and I like the gentleman. I don't know where he went. I'm blind right now, so I'm sorry. I can't see everybody. But the gentleman talking about the RFP process had some good comments. So I definitely would like to explore what he said. Going over to the dust mitigation. I thought I heard it, but I want to. Is dust mitigation going to happen all the time?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And then I wanted some clarity around the $2 million.
Yes.
Is there any idea, or if you can share, one, other communities, have they contributed recently or not?
Mm-hmm.
And then secondly, what would, once you get the dollar amount you're seeking, what will that be used for exactly?
Sure. So it's probably important to put this in context. The authority is created of 3 entities, being the City of Arvada, the County of Jefferson, and the City and County of Broomfield. They have, for the last 11 years, shared equally in the initial expenses that have been required in order to do the initial permitting for this project, to pay for the legal issues that have arisen, specifically the lawsuit that was over the Rocky Flats transportation corridor, which took about 3 years in federal court and I believe another year in the Federal District Court of Appeals, and that historically those have been advances. So the concept is that each one of the member governments has advanced the money to the authority and has in place an intergovernmental agreement between that entity and the authority for reimbursement over time once the project is underway. That's been an important issue with the authority board, and one that again is going to be baked into the concession agreement, is that there will be a schedule for repayment. So as I said, they have shared equally, and they are sharing equally again in the request for this year.
And these funds would be used for what, just the RFP process?
Yes. Well, as I had alluded to earlier, is that the development of these 3 documents is an extremely complex process, because what you're trying to do is to write a document that will be the governing document of a relationship between the authority and a proposer for decades to come. I believe that the initial proposal for a concession agreement will be 50 years. So we are trying to write technical specifications, performance data that covers every contingency that we can think of over the next 50 years of relationship. That requires a lot of specialized expertise. We have contracted with the firm of Ashurst, who is an internationally known transaction attorney. There are very few firms in the world that actually work on these type of very complex transaction arrangements in public-private partnerships. The financial advisor is Ernst & Young, who again is very well-known, nationally known, and experienced in serving as the financial advisor to the Jefferson Parkway to ensure that the financial aspects are in fact the most advantageous as is possible for the authority and its member governments. The engineering is being handled by HDR, again, another internationally known firm that has provided invaluable expertise in laying out the technical specifications for the construction and the operations and maintenance of this facility. We're going to have 3 proposals that people are going to have invested millions of dollars to turn in. We need an equal amount of expertise on this side of the table that will be able to well and truly evaluate what those responses actually say. That is a large part of what the money is going in for. There is also, as we've talked about previously, the set aside for stipends. There is also the need to acquire a very small parcel of property yet that was also included as part of the budget. The amount of money this year is, an order of magnitude above what each member government has been traditionally asked to advance. It is a one-time deal in that sense. I don't ever expect to be back in front of this council or the county commissioners or the city of Broomfield asking for an equivalent amount of money ever again. So it's a one-time response for a one-time procurement process.
Okay, more administrative, no infrastructure, basically.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Ford.
Mr. Ray, there have been several economic development associations that have come out in support of the Jefferson Parkway. Can you tell me, in your opinion, how will this parkway create economic development for the city of Arvada?
Well, I will refer to the 2 studies that the County Economic Development Corporation did in 2007 and 2017. In short form, as I recall the initial study, what it showed is that over time, is that the amount of residential units that would be constructed in northern Jefferson County over that 10-year period would be about equal. I think without the parkway, it was about 10,000 units, and with the parkway, it was about 10,500. And as you've heard testimony earlier this evening, the difference is that with the parkway, there is an uptick in the amount of activity and the ease of access that is attractive to future businesses to transport more effectively and more efficiently than would be the case simply existing on the existing road network today. I'm not really, I would just have to refer you to those studies.
And I need a little more clarification because I'm a little confused. Will there be testing of the air for hot particles?
Yes.
While construction?
Yes.
And what will that look like?
Well, again, that will be continuous monitoring that we hope to be able to present those publicly, at least on a daily basis, in real time if possible. And that we believe is that there will be various, whatever the readings are, the readings are. But what we will put in place is that if those readings are elevated to a level of concern, is that there will be a rapid response.
So will we be testing prior to any digging of the parkway then to get a baseline of what the air is like currently?
Well, the initial testing that we're proposing is for soils, not necessarily for air.
So there won't be air testing, is that what you're saying?
There's none being proposed today. It would be very difficult to identify in a source of air testing where those particles were coming from.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions from council? Okay, seeing none, I would entertain a motion. Sir, we're not reopening public comment or questions at this point.
So I'm new to this process.
That's fine.
I don't understand how you can have a conversation with the executive director and give him 30 or 45 minutes, and yet you don't have a dialogue with us.
Sir?
Why can't we respond to what we just heard, because there's some things you need to know?
Sir, no thank you. Mr. Marriott?
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll make a motion. Move that Council Bill 19-012, an ordinance authorizing an additional appropriation for fiscal year 2019 with regard to $2 million for the Jefferson Parkway Highway Authority be approved. And I would like to make a couple of comments. So I think there's a couple of issues here. One is the Parkway and its interaction with Leiden Rock residents. And while Leiden Rock was planned and approved before I was on council, I've looked back at that, and it looked to me like the council did everything it could above and beyond what a council would normally do with a development like this to plan for and prepare and make sure people were notified of the Parkway. I mentioned things like rough grading the Parkway right away into place. It's dramatic. If you look at a Google Earth photo of that area, it's absolutely clear what it is. The signs, which I believe have been problematic, but I don't think signs were the only thing. I think, required disclosures and just general knowledge. I have bought many pieces of real estate and sold many pieces of real estate, and it's always been my view that it's my job to know everything I possibly can about real estate before I purchase it. And it's also been my job to disclose everything I know about every piece of real estate before I sell it. And for those residents who feel like this wasn't adequately done for them in Leiden Rock, I don't believe the fault lies with the city. I think you may have an argument to make with however you acquired your property, whether it was from a previous owner or whether it was from a developer, but the city has clearly met its obligations on that part. The second issue I want to comment on is the health issues with regard to Rocky Flats in general, and particularly with the development of the Parkway. Like some of you, I grew up here in Arvada as well, downwind from Rocky Flats, and have had nothing but terrific health outcomes in my family, luckily. For whatever you can attribute health outcomes to Rocky Flats, I see nothing in this proposal that doesn't make it potentially better, not worse. More testing is better, not worse. And this Parkway will do that. It gets to the tangential issue of the transportation in this area, which is really a key component. We've had 2 decades of a state legislature that has abdicated in its responsibility to provide funding, adequate funding for transportation. And so there is no state-built freeway that connects this part. Without the parkway, and probably even in addition to the parkway, many of those local streets out there will also require improvements over the years, including Indiana. And this parkway is going to provide enhanced testing against any kind of contamination that still lies there. I see that as being better, not worse. And so we get to the expenditure of the money. And, you know, when I look at the expenditure of this money, that I find that the parkway is necessary. There is no other way with which to accomplish this. And that depriving the authority of adequate funding mostly just deprives the authority of being able to do as robust and thorough of a RFP process as it could possibly be, including the ownership of the intellectual property from the other people who answer the RFP. That would be a negative. I think this is a good investment in the parkway being the best it can be. And so for those reasons, I will be voting yes for this expenditure.
Mr. Jones.
So I've been playing Monday morning quarterback for several weeks now, thinking about obviously all of the comments that have been given to us over the last several weeks. And like Mr. Marriott, I wasn't on city council when the city council made the decision to annex that land into the city and then to subsequently approve the development, which included the right-of-way for the Jefferson Parkway. I was quoted in public comment as saying that it was flawed. The reality is that, again, playing Monday morning quarterback, could the city council at the time could they have done different things? Could they have required different things of the developer? Could they have done whatever? The answer is yes, but they didn't. And like most of you in this room, it's in my backyard too. I can see it. I can see it from my house. So it's in my backyard. I can stand on my deck and I can see it. It doesn't back up to my house like many others. And when I made the decision to run for city council, it was after I moved into the neighborhood. And so to me, I thought, well, if I'm elected, then hopefully I can have a voice and ensure that the mitigations or the roadway or whatever it might be can be compatible with the neighborhood. And as a result, I was appointed by the mayor to be on the Parkway Authority. And I feel that over the years, my 3+ years on council, we've had several community meetings. And I know that many of you may not have been there because you're new to the community in the last year. But there have been many community meetings and a lot of feedback. And it was the desire of the board to ensure that the community feedback didn't stop. And I appreciate the fact that Brett Vernon and Ian Owens and Chris Woolley stepped up and said, hey, we want to help be the voice of the community in understanding how we might be able to work with the Parkway for something that's compatible. So I appreciate all the time and effort and energy that you have done to ensure that that communication line remains open. And I know that it will continue to remain open. As I consider Rocky Flats, I grew up here. I lived in Coal Creek Canyon. Rocky Flats has been protested for decades, and I saw it for decades. And since I've been on council, I've heard Candelas referred to Candelas Glows. And when that project was approved by City Council, which I was not a part of, there were people who came to speak for the very same reasons that many have spoke tonight, of public safety and airborne particles and radiation. And while I was on council, we were asked to participate in the Greenway Trail project and support that project with $22,000. And I was told that if I approved that money for that Greenway Trail, that I would be culpable in death. And I think that some of those comments are not fair, because the conversation around Rocky Flats has been going on for many, many, many years. And anything that is proposed in the general area is typically fraught with opposition from those groups that are downwind. And my family have all been downwind of Rocky Flats since 1962. And like Mr. Marriott, thank goodness our family has not experienced any of those horrific cancers. I'm not a doctor. I don't know where those cancers came from, and I don't wish that upon any person or any member of any family. And I feel horrible for those families who have suffered the loss of a loved one because of cancer. But I know that as a member of the Parkway Authority, that we can require and insist of the developers that we have constant dust mitigation. We have constant testing. We have real-time activity monitors, and I don't know how you said that, Mr. Ray, you said it much better than I did. But I know that it's my responsibility to ensure that if the Parkway continues forward, that the use of the $2 million that's being requested of tonight will help to fund some of those efforts to ensure that the Parkway can coexist with the neighborhood, and that any chance of any type of pollutant in the air can be mitigated. And it would be, my request of Mr. Ray and of the Parkway Authority to ensure that that's the case. And so for all of those reasons, I will be supporting the $2 million for additional funding for the Jefferson County Parkway.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Well, I can't add much more to Mr. Marriott and Mr. Jones, except for I can give some background for myself. When you talk about, researching where you live, I moved from Lake Arbor area, and I have a 5-generation family. Our boys are 5th generation. My wife's side of the family moved here in 1898 and did work downwind for many generations. But when I moved from Lake Arbor to Ward Road in 2006, I remember the first thing before I bought my house there was the surveys that CDOT did. And I think they did surveys for probably all of western Arvada at the time. Granted, Line Rock, Line Ranch, Candelas were not built, not even Whisper Creek I don't think was built. But I remember getting the survey and then getting invited to the meetings, and there was 3 proposed routes. And I'm looking to Bill Ray or anybody that might remember this, but one of the routes was to go all the way down Indiana, go all the way 64 east, and go all the way down Ward Road to I-70. That was the new Beltway. Now, when I first saw that, I was like, well, boy, I don't know if I want to move right next to Ward Road, which I might not have an interest. I get the fears and the worries. But I also didn't put my head in the sand. I knew what was going on, and I tried to research everything I can. They were going to take something like, I can't even remember, hundreds and hundreds of homes to even consider putting that there. And that was, I couldn't believe that was one of the top 3 considerations for condemning hundreds of homes that have been there since the 70s and 80s, way before the highway. So when they came back and said, well, we found an alternate route, and it was through this area that hasn't been developed yet, then of course I bought my home and there, and I still have a problem getting off Ward Road because most of the traffic, and I even ask folks that work for CDOT that live in Whisper Creek or live in Candelas, how do you get to work? They go down Indiana, 64, down Ward. I'm one of those people trying to get out on Ward, and I can never get out safely out of there. And there is traffic that impacts not only my community and my area of the city, but everyone else. McIntyre, 64th, Ward Road, all those are impacted by what goes on in one part of the city. And so it's not just a Leiden Rock issue. It's a Western Arvada issue, and it affects even Southern Arvada. So, time's gone by, and I got on council, and I think the development happened in 2011 when it was approved. I was elected in November 2011. I wasn't part of the original vote, but I came on at that time, and there was a lot of discussion around notification. I was pretty adamant back then about making sure it was in I think it came up for a new PDP or something, I can't remember, but putting those signs up and so forth, and we did everything we can. And I mean, granted, I was not in the original vote, but 2012, I advocated to make sure that everyone was considerate of what was going on there. But it wasn't new news. I mean, I've been going out there, and the staff knows this because I'll complain about it, but I'll go out there and act like I'm a buyer. I visited every builder out there, making sure, are they displaying that there's something on their maps? What are they doing? What's this line over here? See what they say. You get the vagueness once in a while, but for the most part, they all kind of say there's a parkway coming. I hadn't had an issue with it. I've been through everyone, through Leiden Rock, all the developers there, Leiden Ranch, as well as Candelas. So, I mean, I was worried about this day. This was 8 years ago. Worried about this day, and I knew this day was going to come when everyone was going to come and be concerned and say, well, you're building in my backyard. When actually, the road was already designed. The developer got excited about it and built you up against the parkway. That's the way I viewed it, was that excitement that happened out there was because of the vision of a regionally significant roadway that is going to impact the entire metro area. It would do all of the citizens a disservice if we didn't follow through with it, because the roads are not going to get fixed on Indiana, 64, Highway 72, Highway 93. It just will not happen. And every road expansion today, just like Mr. Ray said, known fact, every road capacity expansion includes a toll or what they call a managed lane. No one's expanding anything anywhere, and we can't rely on CDOT or the state to come and save the day for these issues. The 72nd in Indiana intersection is funded 100% by Arvada, even though it's a state highway, because we're trying to do everything we can to relieve the problems in the area. So I think the point is, I think Mr. Marriott and Mr. Jones both say that the state we need help from the state and the federal government in regards to transportation funding. So, there's a lot going on here. I think that the testing, I can only rely on that the due diligence is provided by the Jefferson Parkway Authority to be protective of the interests of our citizens and the environment. And I have faith that you'll do that. Now, I also believe that if we're not at the table, we are the dinner. And in this kind of case, if we're not paying and we're not there and we don't have a strong voice now, then we have very little say and very little influence in what the look of this parkway will look like. It's going to happen. It's just, how do we shape it? And how do we evolve it into something that doesn't divide a community, but hopefully builds a community? Everyone coming here tonight shows how important this is. But I also think that we need to be thoughtful through this and that we need to push forward. And so therefore, I'll be supporting the $2 million for the support of the JPPHA.
Okay, I don't see any other comments. I'm simply going to echo what's already been said. I don't think I need to repeat it. Ms. Miller, your vote. Thank you. Okay, that passes 5-1. Ms. Ford voting no, and Mr. McGough being absent. Thank you. Do we want to take a brief break? It's time for additional public comment. If anybody would like to address City Council at this time. Seeing none, I'll close that second public comment portion and open it up for City Council reports. I'm going to jump the gun and take it first. We're going to get a train in Arvada. April 26th, the G line will indeed begin running. I've had several calls and emails today saying, well, what about the train horns? Are we going to be driven crazy? And the whole issue here was that we could not open the train until the quiet zones were approved. So we will be opening on opening day with the quiet zones in place. Now, you may occasionally hear a train horn if an operator of a train believes that there's a pedestrian or a car too close. But that's not going to be standard operating procedure. So, what's that?
She's hungry for her candy bar.
Okay. So anyway, it's been a long time. I want to thank the citizens of Arvada and our merchants and just for the patience they've shown, but also the appropriate showing of impatience when we called upon our citizens to contact the Public Utilities Commission and the Federal Railway Administration to show our displeasure and our frustration with the process. And the folks were very, very effective. And I think we in flyover country finally got some notice. And it, I think, was very effective in terms of breaking up the logjam so that opening day is finally going to be here. Sorry, it's not going to be for opening day of the baseball season, but it's our own opening day. So, any other? Okay, Mr. Devon.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, next Monday, we will have a workshop on the street maintenance, the latest PCI rating report, the draft city council strategic plan for 2020 to 2025, and then the 50-meter natatorium. Those three issues will be discussed with council next Monday.
Good. Anything from legal?
No, Your Honor, not at this time.
Thank you. We're adjourned.